Hi. Happy Friday. Hello, Abe. Hello, Izzy. Hello, Eshin. Welcome in. Ah, ah, ah. Ah, 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 ah. How we doing? Happy Friday. Oh, hello, Mr. Shmee. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome. Oh, how's everybody's day? I worked, and then I came home, and then I worked out, and then I made dinner. I made homemade pizza. It was good. It was it was pepperoni and cheese and ricotta and rude, you interrupted me with your kindness. How dare you? JK, thank you so much for the subby. Thank you. Thank you for 4 months of subscriptions. Thank you. Could I have old photos of my dad for a celebration of life tomorrow? I'm playing Town and City in between. Oh, I hope that goes good. I hope that goes good. Yep, yep. I will literally pay to not listen to you. Oh, fuck. Well, all right. That's fair. Boom, 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 boom. Technically, though, aren't you paying to listen to me? Because now you won't have ads. You have fully uninterrupted chi. In the long run, might not be worth it. My condolences, yes. He just paid to listen to you more. I mean, he did interrupt me, though, so you know. All day! Bitches! Anyway, the pizza I made. It was pizza sauce, cheese, pepperonis, ricotta, like little dollops of ricotta, and then basil and hot honey. And it was so good. It was so good. It was delicious. I wasn't sure about the hot honey thing, but it was good. It was good. I'm on board. I'm on board. I didn't think I would be, but I am. It's delicious. I was surprised how good it was. So I'm basically just waiting for everybody else. It's probably going to be a little bit. So I thought we would do a little bit of a chit chat before the boys get online. Been deep diving making my own pizza dough recipe. I'm hooked way too hard. Oh yeah. I found one that's okay. The problem I've been having though, so I've tried 2 different ones so far. I have a recipe that was given to me by my grandma. And it's fine, but it's not great. And this one I have right now that I'm using, I actually really like it. However, I cannot get the damn thing to get brown on the bottom. It won't get cribby. Why won't it get cribby? I have a pizza stone. And I put it in the oven and then I turn the oven on to preheat. So it preheats with the stone in there. Cause it's a stone, not a steel. Hi Ghoul, welcome in. How hot? 425. or 450. I can't remember which. But the top is all done and the bottom is not crispy. Like the edge crust will be all done and perfectly like a little crunchy and doughy on the, like not doughy, but like, you know what I mean, soft on the inside. Higher? Oh no. I'm just worried that the outside's gonna cook faster than the inside or than the bottom. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if I need to move it to like the bottom rack after it hits temp. Well, I had to take the stone out to put the pizza on it because I don't have a pizza peel. So it probably cooled off a little when I did that. I don't know how long it was. It wasn't super long. I put the breadsticks in. I put the breadsticks in while I made the pizza. So, I don't know. But the top was, like I said, the top was very done. And the edges were like they had a bit of a crisp. And then they were soft on the inside, like the crust part. But the bottom is not crispy. The stone takes extra time to get up to the preheat temp. Oh. Maybe I should bust out my fancy thermometer. Hi, Wambat. Maybe I should bust out my fancy thermometer and check the surface temperature of my stone. I don't know. I'm sad though. Because I have the pizza stone and then I also bought, like, how fancy is this thermometer? So I have this thermometer. I got it for Christmas one year. I love it. It's monocle? Yes. Like the Monopoly Man. The Monopoly Man of thermometers, if you will. Yeah, that's the one. You bake your pizza at 550? Damn. I'm worried the top will get too done though, and the bottom still won't be crispy. What if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't work? Sent you pics? Oh shit, okay. Ooh. Yeah, so mine looks like that. It looks like that, and then the bottom, white. Are you baking it on the rack? On a stone. On a pizza stone. I also have... It should cook the bottom. That's what I thought. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just need to let it preheat longer. I also have like a metal pizza pan that has holes in it, and I tried that, and that didn't really work either. I also didn't preheat the pan though. I don't know. Maybe let the stone sit in the oven preheating. Yeah, I might have to let it sit in there longer after the preheat's done. See, I worked in pizza. I worked at pizza shops for like, I don't know, 8 years or something. 7 years, something like that. But we had the fancy big gas stone ovens. You know what I'm talking about? And so we just put on this thin little screen and you put that whole thing, you make the pizza on the little screen and you put it in the brick oven. The best cook I got was after I let the oven cook our pizza pan for like 40 minutes. You have to upgrade to a steel or stone. I'm just using a pizza tray thing that... See, that's what I have, one of those too. Yeah, I have two because I came in a set of two from Nordic Ware. We looked at getting a pizza steel. We found a set on Amazon. It was the steel and a peel for $100. But then we looked at the reviews and they were all really bad. So I was like, okay, maybe not this one. But I need at least a peel. A peel would be good. Hi, Ghiga. Whose Discord is this shindig going down in? Because I didn't plan this one. Nope. Nope. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. About to buy one from a CC called the Dough Guy. His steel is like, wait, I know that guy. Wait, not personally know him. Hi, Ashen. How are you? This is Wambat's fault, so ask him. I think it's actually Red's fault. Red sent Wambat on the mission, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, the dough guy. I just watched his video. That was the recipe I made, was his. With the ricotta cheese and the hot honey on the pizza. That was one of his recipes, the dough guy. And I went into the description and he didn't tell me what the fuck his pizza steel was, and I got mad. I was like, I want to know what it is. I also need to check out his cold ferment pizza dough recipe. I want to try it. Yeah, I want to try it. Yeah, it looked really good. I also need some semolina flour. The one thing I forgot. Yes, Red was the one who asked me. Yes. He has a store where he just sells the pizza stuff? Damn, okay. It's like that, huh? I see. That's so funny though. How long when did you start getting into the pizza making thing? Like a web store? Yeah. I'll check out his YouTube more and investigate. Babe said he'll buy me a steel if I find a good one. Two months or so? That's so funny. It's been like a month for us, I think, that I started just randomly was like, I'm making pizza at home. I want pizza on Fridays. I'm going to make it. We're trying to eat out less, and I've been cooking a lot more. And that was one of the things we're doing is homemade pizza. And I got this soda. Trying to get QC style crust flavor. That's why I got malt powder. Oh. Complex sweet. Interesting. Yeah, I will say the crust recipe I'm using right now is a little lackluster. It has a little bit of sweetness, but I can't really taste it. I remember all the homemade pizza I had growing up. Was it good? Was it at least yummers? My grandma's crust recipe that I have has garlic powder in it. Molasses and honey. So I think that's why I liked the hot honey on the pizza that I made today. Because I like the sweetness. It was nice with the pepperoni. It's pretty good. Now I blame my I read. Euro papa, Euro papa. Euro papa, Euro papa. Aw. Just. I'll send you my recipe at some point. Yeah. You know what this means? This means, Shmi, that next time I come visit, we're having a pizza night. Next time I come visit you and Zeph, it's on. We're doing pizza night. We have to. I'll be lurking. I just want to make sure Ghiga lost the game real quick. Oh no! Pun! Poor Ghiga. I've been having pizza lunches. It's great. Yeah, let's go. Homemade pizza sounds. It's so good. The one that I made today was good. The cheese was a little overcooked for my liking, but it was good. Yeah. Pun and run. Damn. She gone. Fast as fuck, boy. Just low moisture, regular old low moisture mozzarella. Nothing fancy. I threw a little parm on top. Sounds like we don't have a choice. Have a voice home at this time? Oh, okay. Crashing cheese voice channel? Alright, bet. That's fine. Yeah. Red, you better be wearing that hat. You better be wearing that hat. You got ramen? Yum. What kind of ramen, Giga? What kind of ramen is it? Is it like Insta ramen? Or is it from a restaurant? Is it chicken or beef or tonkatsu? What kind is it? What kind of ramen? Wait, why blame me? You make your own broth? Like, okay. Like legit? Or like chicken base? Okay. Okay. Is it like a miso? Or is it like just like a chicken broth? I love me a good miso. Miso ramen broth is so good. It's my mouth is watering thinking about it. I'm full of pizza. I'm not even hungry. I don't like the packets that come with this around. Yeah, they're no good. I don't mind them, but I end up taking most of the salt out. Is that beautiful person on the screen? I don't know. Are you looking in a mirror? Coffee? Are you looking in the mirror? Gasp. If you don't mind, since Red's blaming me, are we good if we... Yeah, that's fine. I think Giga's already in there. So I know Giga's not going live, right? So, Wambat, are you going to be live? Okay, and Red's going to be live. Okay. Okay. Oh, it looks like Red's not sure if he's streaming. Just vibing this evening? That's cool. We like hanging out with you. We like hanging out with Giga, don't we, friends? My beauty can't be the same level as yours. No, stop. Stop. That's just stop. No. You're silly. Don't make me blush, Coffee. How could you? Uh-oh. I yawned. I'm a yawner. I did the yawn thing. Anywho, hello everyone. Hi, Coffee. Coffee's like, I have to flirt first. Then I can say hello. Pepsi. A tee-hee. A tee-hee-hee. A tee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. A tee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. My Pepsi doesn't work with ramen. Oh no. Oh no. I like a good tea with a ramen or a water. Drunk and driving a Porsche. I could start my game up, I suppose. Make sure all my sound settings is good. Let me do that. Before. Play with DirectX 11. Solves some startup crashes. I don't know what that means. I'll just pick this one. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm a little laggy. Is this the crashes it was talking about? Are you decaf or full coffee? Oh. Nowadays I've been a decaf coffee things at school. Oh no! Poor coffee. Are you gonna be off for the summer? My game should not be struggling like this. What is going on? Oh, I think it's fine. Options, sound. I have the music off. Okay, that's probably good. Need to run answer for dinner? Thanks, Abe, for the lurkies. I appreciate you. Push to talk. Okay. I'll be needing stitches. Looking over myself. Alright, that's all good. That's all good. Not in my head. Summer is gonna be worse. I'll be working in a summer camp again. Oh, well. It's probably a little bit better than worrying about school, though, right? Oh. My RV there yet is broken. Maybe I should launch with the DirectX 11 one. Does it matter? I don't know. It looked real sad just now. Oh, that's much better, actually. Whoa, that's way better. Okay, we good. Controller. Make sure all my stuff is set up right. Down and all around. I'll show you my world. It goes up and down. Game. Elevator upper. Hi, Hero! Hello! I think it's all good. Yeah, I'll keep getting high. Sorry, I'm messing with my sound stuff real quick to make sure it's all correct. Up and down, Whoa. It's Ghiga. I wanna show you my world where the beat goes up and down. Ramen done. Nom 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 nom. My face, your face. It's so big. It's because there's no one else in there yet. Hello.
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 And how's your day been?
Oh, you know, I worked.
Do I?
And while I was at work, I was bad and I was watching Twitch.
I mean, it's Friday. Come on now.
It's also Good Friday, so literally half of my office was not even in today. They were all at home.
Yeah, no, my boss was out and my coworker was out. So I was the only one in my whole department. I don't know. The guy that we have remote might have been in today. I don't know. Never kept track of him.
Sure. Yeah, literally, like, my whole row of cubicles, there was like 4 of us, I think. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we have a guy that's remote. Really great guy. I just have no idea what he does because he's remote. And we have a weekly meeting. He sounds cool. Looks cool. Very cool dude. I trust my boss has something for him to do.
Right?
It's like, my job is not to worry about my coworker's job. My job is to talk to them and be nice to them. That's it.
It's been a while. You forgot how Ghiga sounds? Oh. Yeah, Coffee's busy all the time.
It's fine. Coffee probably doesn't even follow me. And even if Coffee did follow me, I also, like, don't stream very much anymore. So, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it, Coffee. This white and nerdy voice you just hear on rare occasions.
No. Ghiga, good voice.
You're white and nerdy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could go full, like, welcome everyone to the Chi Show. Chi? You ChiiFett. Chi? You're not Chi, you're Chi.
I am now Chi.
You are now Chi. But welcome to the ChiiFett Show. We have no idea what's happening either. But yes, there's your intro.
All right, let's go.
I don't have any sound effects or anything, so I can't go wah, 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 wah.
I had this idea a while ago for a series of shorts I kind of wanted to do. And then Red kind of talked me out of it. But
oh boy.
I want to do this series of shorts where I would just say like a one-line like hot take about something. But I needed somebody to do a voiceover for me that would say, and now it's part of the story where Chi gives a hot take. Or something like that.
Is this almost like Silly Songs with Larry?
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly like that. And now it's time for hot
the show
takes
where
with
Chi gives a hot take.
Yes. And now it's time fair. For hot takes with Chi, the part of the show where Chi gives a hot take.
And Red talked you off that cliff? I would have said jump.
He talked me off it because he didn't think I'd be able to handle all the angry comments. And he's probably right.
That is fair. That's
Chi, you were getting at the same time you had this idea. You were getting mad at comments from people trying to be helpful.
I wasn't mad.
Jeez, just mildly upset.
I was only mad at that one person because the way they were saying it was very rude. They weren't being nice, helpful. They were being a jackass helpful.
Oh, like one of the actually helpful type people?
It was kind of like that, yeah. It just
more like hey,
icky.
the audio not working right.
Yeah, and that's fine. That was fine. It was the way they said it. It wasn't nice.
Was it like,
this is why I
dumbass, it's not working. It was like something along that line.
It was no, the way they said was you didn't say anything because no one can hear you. That's what the comment was.
Oh, yeah, the way I approach it is usually like...
But I was close.
No, that's almost exactly what it was. Yes. That was the original comment, yeah.
The way you approach that is, are you talking? I'm not sure if I can hear you. Are you supposed to be talking? Maybe that's the better.
But
Are we
it doesn't
supposed to be
matter because
hearing
I deleted that video anyway. So, because the sound was all broken on it.
I've lost an eyeball.
I see that.
What?
I'm just sitting over here in the corner. It's fine. Don't mind me.
Giga's being punished.
I'm an introvert. I'm just hiding off to the side.
My friends. There we go. There you go. That's better.
And here we see Chi in her natural habitat. Am I the next David Attenborough voice?
Perfect.
And here we see Chi in her natural habitat. In a digital Tokyo.
Well,
Yes.
Is that digital Tokyo?
Yeah, there's actually a ramen shop behind me.
oh shoot, did it not go? Oh shoot, hold on. My funny
are you
didn't
doing?
go through.
One sec.
What?
What?
Hold on.
What?
There
And
it is.
here we have Red doing whatever Red
yes!
does.
The hat.
I forgot to hit set it as active.
Oh my
And
god, I love it.
Wow. That is amazing.
Wait, I thought you were gonna wear it on your model during stream.
Oh, I am doing that too, but I thought
Oh,
it would be funny if
okay,
you guys could see
okay.
it.
Oh my god, that's amazing. I love it so much. But yeah, if I hide myself, there's a ramen shop behind me.
I mean, I've already ate ramen this evening, but I will go for a bowl too. I'm still mad my local ramen shop closed. This is why I can make my own broth at home.
Uh-huh.
Is because we had a ramen shop. Trust me, I tried to keep it in business. I went there like every single day.
Yeah.
They still closed down.
Oh.
So having authentic ramen is like, oh, I can't go back to just instant ramen anymore. So I have dedicated a tremendous amount of time into developing my own broths across the board. Pun is also a ramen aficionado, so I have also stolen some of Pun's broth recipes.
Nice. Yeah, so we also had a favorite ramen place, and during COVID it shut down.
Well,
And
I mean, I get it. Ramen shops, especially, I'm in the middle of
Yeah.
nowhere, so I'm surprised we even got one in the first place, but now I'm
Right.
spoiled.
well, it was really sad because it was our favorite ramen spot, and so I was really upset when it shut down. And then after COVID was all done, they said they were going to be reopening soon, and they just didn't open and didn't open and didn't open. And finally, last year, they opened back up, and I was so
Yeah.
happy. I thought they were just done. Like they were just done. I didn't think they were going to ever reopen.
Well, the common joke with the one that we had was that they're still on vacation because whenever they did close, they didn't say, "Oh, we're closing." They just had a sign on the door, "Oh, we gone on vacation," and they just never came back. So it's just like,
Oh.
okay, they're
Oh,
still on
got
vacation.
Just
What?
hope you get fucked.
Oh, get fucked.
Basically. But I tried to
me
keep
some
them in
homemade
business.
Where do you get your noodles? For your
Noodles are
homemade-
usually instant. The broth is where all the work is.
Mm.
Leastways on my side.
Oh,
What are you omning?
I realize it ain't dinner, so I have yogurt. Ow.
Oh, ow. Oh,
It's a very important sound effect I must make when eating
Hello,
yogurt.
Angel.
oh,
Good
guys,
evening.
The friends are blocking the uppies. Hi, Angel. How are you?
What's uppies?
It should be my uppies.
Chat uppies.
What are uppies?
What
Oh,
are
do I still have my
uppies?
Buffney?
Buffney.
Yep, I still have my
So if
Buffney.
I move you guys over here,
I'm trying to censor the
Can
boobas. You
you can see the uppies.
Hey everyone.
Oh, I see.
love
There's
ramen
actually
except the noodles.
There's
Damn.
actually two. So it can be redeemed twice through stream, and there's another one somewhere. It's also
Okay.
supposed to be random, but it always does the booby one first. Oh, it's a point redeem. Yeah.
Booby
I
one.
tried. You said there was a special one. I just did a random thing, see if it'd work.
Ow.
Ow. Red's now me.
Well, good evening, Wambat. Welcome. Apparently,
Good
I have a
evening.
documentarian's voice, so there's my calling in life.
Somebody did say you sounded like you were doing a documentary.
Yep.
And that's the opposite of what people tell me. They just told me to shut up.
Oh, that's not
Who's
true.
that weirdo talking? No.
That's not true. I told you you sound like Cartman.
Oh,
I do that
wow.
sometimes.
Oh, wow.
He does
She's not the
sometimes.
first.
I'm
So-
going home.
Yeah, sometimes in certain things he says, I'm like, you sound just like Cartman.
She's not the first. Probably won't be the last. It's funny.
Book talk voice? No, book talk is a curse side of TikTok.
Book talk.
That is a curse.
Oh, I didn't
side
know
of
that was a
TikTok.
thing.
I'm scared of
Book talk? That's the whole monster loving side of TikTok.
Oh, okay.
And it's a great side of TikTok.
It is not a great
Hi.
side.
Hello.
Well, we know where Red is most of the time, reading all his smut.
No, I'm on
Smut.
femboy TikTok.
Oh yeah, you are. Me too. Sometimes.
Mine's
No, for a while I got stuck
And
on
goth girl TikTok.
For a while I got stuck on
Can't argue there.
lesbian thirst traps.
Yes, yeah, I love those.
It was awesome. I was like, oh my god, she's so hot.
Did anyone get
dude.
this spicy national park era of TikTok? Like, what was with? Yeah, there's all these like TikToks that were going around that were just national parks, and they had very spicy content. Like, oh, this is a desert, but if you were here, maybe it'd be wet. Like,
Oh
it was
my God.
literally things along that lines coming from national park TikToks.
Oh my god.
Enjoy our new
What?
this
Yo,
national
Giga
park.
went to a place
You can
even
enjoy
darker
it as
than
much
I
as
to
you
go.
want,
What
but
the
she's
heck?
dry.
Spicy
She's
park
dry
talk.
until you come.
Yeah, it was definitely spicy park TikTok, national park TikTok is a thing.
That's funny.
Come to Yellowstone. She's ready
Look.
to gush.
Yeah, it's definitely things along those lines. It was
This
terrible.
coffee, you don't want to know what's on my For You bitch at TikTok. I follow almost everything, and most of it is horny.
I have a lot of random TikTok stuff too. It's so crazy.
I want to combine the chats real quick.
That's why I have two
That's
TikTok.
what I was just gonna ask, is if you guys
Oh
wanted to-
wow!
I also
We got
have
a public
two-
TikTok
Wait,
and
I
the
also
not
have
public TikTok.
I also have 2 TikToks.
You want to compare fucked up TikToks?
No, my other one is just for nail stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I have my
Mine-
nail one, and then I have my other one, which is where I post my regular content.
Yeah,
I'm lame. I
mine's
just do
my doom
YouTube
scrolling
shorts. That's
TikTok.
about it. And I
I
don't
think my
go
all-time
to
favorite
TikToks.
TikTok I ever saw though was my D-Gen's gonna show.
Oh God.
Dude, sometimes my
Here
YouTube
we
shorts
G
are-
in her natural habitat.
It was a Kakashi thirst trap cosplay.
Oh.
It was so
I have
good.
no
The amount of
comment
Leon
to that
cosplay
situation.
thirst traps I've seen is ridiculous too.
Yeah, I don't really care about Resident Evil. But Kakashi Sensei, that's a whole other story.
She likes her
do
men
you want me
2D.
to, you want me to do the
I got-
group
I
chat
got
thing?
it.
Start that. Oh, yep.
I mean,
There,
that makes
there it is.
sense
There's
for
the
a
join.
VTuber.
Yeah, I had to
Yay.
expand the window a little bit because I couldn't see the invite button. It was weird.
Yeah, I have to do that every time. I have to make it the window a little bit bigger, and then mute everything else.
Activating the thing
As soon as
once
I'm in.
I find out which button it is because that button.
I apologize to what is happening to your chat, Chi.
Oh, I don't care. Give me those
Good thing.
views. They're tasty. Nom, 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 nom.
How did you all even figure out I was like Pun knew I was streaming over here, but Angel Triad, hello. Are you stalking?
I bet Pun told them.
No.
That's probably true.
Although, yes, always support your friend. Oh, your stream gave I didn't stream. Oh, it tags people that follow me when I go live on someone else's stream, or they go live with me in it. That makes sense.
Oh.
It says, "Hey, Giga is live or is a guest over on Cheese stream." So yes, tagging people when you go live actually does pull their audiences into you.
Oh,
Mhm.
amazing. Good to know.
I always stalk you. That's also fair.
Nice.
That is true.
Sometimes you just need a stalker, you know? Makes life interesting.
Stalker.
I haven't
I
looked
hardly know her.
in your Discord as of late. Giga, is Pun still putting in the Grim Reaper laughing as they walk away?
That's fair.
That little
Red
meme
Hoodie
that
invited you to
Pun
play
puts in there.
RV there yet? Yeah, sure, I'll play that.
He did, but I can't.
Sounds like a fun game.
I think I invited everyone. Oh,
Move that out of the way.
okay. Did they fix the audio thing or no?
I don't
I have
know.
no idea.
Well,
I
we
got
haven't
I have no
heard
idea.
each other, so I think we're good.
Nice.
I
We
think
haven't
it's just
hurt
hitting-
each
we
other.
just need to hit
Whoa,
V.
I can fix that.
Oh, yeah,
Pick
yeah,
up.
yeah. guys have puffy coats.
Oh no,
Who do I
no,
even-
no! What are you
Who do I
doing?
even?
At you.
Get off me! Holy shit! I jerked.
Can I pick up?
I got hurt. You hurt me,
How?
you jerk!
Wait, can I
How?
go sledding?
And
That's
landed
what
on
I did.
the
What?
building.
How do I?
Push me.
Ride.
I can't
Crunchyroll.
go.
Oops. Like
Oh,
slammed
Red, that's
against the
one way
wall.
to use that.
I don't think I did it right.
Wait. Oh, you guys can't see my game. What the hell? What's happening?
Did you just?
Throw a snowball at you? Yes, I did.
There's
Oh
fireworks.
shit! I think I'm about to clip through the ground. Can somebody pick me up before I clip through the ground?
Pick me
Red.
up before you
Red.
go.
I'm very scared. Yeah, just like keep doing that. Maybe I'll flip
there we go.
eventually.
You know what?
I just see his butt.
guys see it
He's
now?
upside down in this cheat.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm very
If you wanna-
scared
Oh.
because I can
There we
see
go.
below the map. I do not want to hit the stand up. Oh,
Can
There you
guys-
go.
can
There we
guys
go.
See the game now?
I see game.
Yeah, I see game.
It wasn't
oh,
there.
that's how
okay.
you throw people. Yeet.
Oh.
Uh-oh. No. No.
Friendship.
Oh,
Weird.
Gotcha.
yep, I see game.
Friendship.
Okay.
Are
Oh,
you
no.
okay if I-
oh, go for
Thank
it.
goodness.
We're at
Last
18 and
friendship
upstream,
job
so it's
I
fine.
got, Giga hurt me.
Well, I'll go hurt myself.
I gotta
I
fix
hurt
my-
myself
fix my
today.
phone.
Today,
Because
say
it's
if I
obscure.
still fail. Okay.
I didn't hurt.
I'll put you guys here.
But I'm emo. Embrace the pain.
No.
Yes.
Well, did you land on top of the roof of the
Yeah.
building? Because that's what happened.
Actually,
Maybe if I like this
I'll put you guys
firework
over
with
here
me
in my
next to
hub.
it.
Yeah, how do you?
How do I
wanna
like?
know.
Sir?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. Is how you light a firework.
Okay.
with your
Yeah.
cigarette, light it with a cigarette.
I'm trying.
Place.
Oh, I
I
did
have
light
it.
it with a cigarette. Holy
How
shit!
did
Watch
you-
out!
Did you just throw the cigarette
I
at
threw the
it?
cigarette at it.
What button's the
There
throw
we
cigarette
go.
button? 3?
3.
That is amazing.
I've been dying for this pun. I found out death was pansexual. It comes for all of us.
Wow.
That's wild.
That was a good one. Oh my god. My friend sent me this really funny one on Twitter today. Oh. It was like it looked like a t-shirt with like a hot dog on it. And it said,
Ouch.
yeah, I'm trans.
Let me
I'm
smell.
transporting this hot dog to my mouth or something like that. It was amazing. No safe drinks.
Put it here.
been
That
saving
reminds
it?
me
Oh,
of
thank
the
you.
There we go.
whole
Okay.
like I identify as invisible. I am transparent. And where is my pronouns? But definitely
Aw.
stuff along. Yeah, did I get hit by a snowball?
What?
Okay.
No, that's wild.
Red, push me.
I mean, they could have gone through the route of John Cena of saying pronouns is can't see me.
Jesus
Can't see me.
Christ. That wouldn't go very well
Ow.
on Trans Visibility Day.
I actually got damage from that.
Wow.
Yeah, the ice. If you hit somebody with a snowball, it doesn't go
Goodbye,
well.
y'all. I'm heading
Yeah, I
down
got
the
ice
hill.
damage.
Oh, wait, but the RV's back here.
I'm coming, Giga.
Country
What
roads,
is
take
this?
me home. Oh, this is a can. This I'm bailing. Turn, bail.
I'm not bailing. I'm committing, you coward.
What is this?
Goodbye.
Oh, it's
Oh, Red's dead.
oh.
He went the way of Arthur Morgan.
There's a
All right,
skeleton. Oh,
I'm
it's
at the
broken.
bottom of the hill now, full of health. I
Wait,
found
it
a
didn't
cave.
kill you?
It didn't kill me.
I
Um,
thought that's
don't
just
die.
Catherine.
You just don't die, apparently.
you guys know I don't know how to drive the RV, right?
Well,
Yeah.
time to learn how to drive stick
You don't
shift.
know how to drive automatic?
Hold on,
I mean,
hold
a
on.
manual?
Oh,
Oh,
happened?
did
Oh,
someone
we
reset the
reset.
game?
I'm taking this back
We
up.
went too far.
Red reset it.
And now nobody's frozen either. Don't
Why
forget.
is there rockets?
Well, we
Oh, yeah.
discovered that like a solid 5
Yeah.
minutes ago.
Well, I was messing with my video stuff.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
My video
And
stuff was.
today,
I
she
think I
discovers
know-
fireworks.
I think I know why it was messed up. So, Low key,
Oh.
I got a new graphics card.
Nice.
Which graphics?
So yesterday, my boyfriend came home from work with a 5090.
What?
Oh,
Did he
shit.
steal it?
No, he bought it, but he already had a
What?
5070 Ti. So he gave me the 5070 Ti, and he put the 5090 in his rig.
Oh, so you're going to be ready for what is that?
Oh, it's already. Oh, I already installed it. I think that's why my video was messed up because I had to
Oh,
fix it for OBS or whatever.
But
No, I mean like
5090.
Yeah, like
That's
so,
like
ray tracing.
$2,000 plus.
SLI i5
yeah,
or whatever.
he got a-
DLSS5.
DLSS 5.
He got a fancy commission check to pay for it. So
Nice.
yeah,
Well,
and he's been wanting
that's
one.
expensive. But if I had a fancy commission check, would I also be tempted to spend it on that? Yes. Although I'd
Yes.
probably have to rewire everything in my house to support a 5090 graphics card.
Well, I could do it with if I upgraded mine, but I have to like also upgrade the
Oh, what is
the
this?
PSU on it, the power supply.
Yeah.
So
I can't have 1,000 watt. I'm gonna have like a 1,500 watt
I
power
have to
supply
run
to
it off
run it.
2 separate breakers.
the amazing
Yeah.
thing is that I turned on all my programs for stream, and then I clicked go live on OBS, and my computer didn't make a single noise. I was like, "Is this what it's like?
Okay.
Is this what it's
Count
like
your
Just
being,
didn't take
being
off.
up to date? This is crazy."
Take me home.
We already took damage.
Red's driving Wham. Where's Chi?
Over here,
Oh, is she not in the vehicle? Oh,
She's not in the vehicle.
I'm down here.
Well.
I'm playing on the ice.
We'll get to her.
Wait, I'm coming. Don't leave me. I'm here.
I don't know how this
Driving
map
in my
works.
car right
Can
after.
they not hear me?
a
Can you guys not hear me?
Oh, we can.
Okay.
It's selective at
I
this
think I'm
point.
getting ignored.
I'd sit down. Shit's gonna go wild.
There's a eyeball thing hanging from the thing.
I think we need to take a right
eyeball.
out of here.
Like down here?
Oh, is it? Yeah. There's an eyeball thing instead of a
Down
dice
here
hanging
to
from
the right. Yeah.
Ooh, Christmas
Windshield.
lights.
What's happening? Am I high?
Where it says it's exit to Route 65, but I'm going to wager something's broken. We'll have to go around.
How many fathers does it take?
Yeah, we'll have to
get
go to
that
Route
milk
69.
down? Apparently, I need 3. A carton.
Yeah.
Stop. A
I'm
carton.
taking it at 1 right now. I imagine we go over here.
Yeah, I wager we go to
Random
right. It says
building.
a block, and then we take a left and go up the mountain to the left.
Oh,
See
I
the
gotta-
road close
I gotta
side?
do a flip. Ready?
Oh, we're already at a building. Okay.
Ready?
Random building.
Ready?
Attach map holder.
Meow.
She's got little legs. Stand up. There we go.
Wee little legs.
It's like pun. Whee.
How do we already have damage to the RV?
That area that we were parked was much tighter than I thought it was.
Ah.
But,
Let's look at
What
this.
is
oh,
What is this?
we got music.
Oh, it's a hat. Oh, it's a snow hat.
Yeah, I swear you'll take your knees. Not if you can't reach them.
Oh, I missed. Oh, you got a
Oh,
you
wait,
got an
hold on.
ear
I got
hat.
there you
One
go.
of them Russian ear
You don't want
hats.
to. You don't want a Cartman hat, or Stan hat. I'm sorry. There we go.
I kind of just want to register.
Oh my god.
It's fine. Meanwhile, our intrepid
cute.
explorers, wow, I can't even say words. Our intrepid explorers in the RV. Definitely sounds like pickup? Oh, this is the hat we already got. What is
Music.
this? Oh, I pulled it in and then switch.
Oh, I have the music muted.
Oh, yeah.
What's the beer do? The
Beer gives you
spirit.
strength.
Makes you strong.
On my
Yeah,
way.
beer makes you strong. Taking a puff on the cigarette makes you fast.
Oh, we got a little Christmas tree back there.
What is happening to our vehicle?
I'm pushing it.
Doing the
Mine wants
best
to
this
take
game will
your
let me
knees.
dance with.
Gosh, she's short
Alright, is
and
everyone in
keeps
here?
on wanting to
Okay,
take
cool.
everyone's knees so she can be taller.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's how that works. You see? I'm gonna use them as organically sourced stilts.
Well, I guess we're not going that way.
Nope, we
Oh,
definitely
it saved
going
all of our
left.
hats from last
Your average height.
game.
Are you? How tall are you, Pun?
Driving
Are you, like,
in my
Pun
really-
car
is the same
right
height as I
after a
am.
beer.
Average, I'm gonna say is 5'4". Oh, I was right.
Like I said, Pun is the same height I am.
You're only 5'4"?
Oh, dang.
I've told y'all this
I don't know
multiple
if this is the way
times.
we're
I didn't
supposed
know
to
that.
go, but it's the way we're going.
Yeah, I'm short.
Wimby
I'm as tall as my mom.
Wimby is small. Wimby is tiny.
Dang.
He's little
Thanks.
bitty
That's all the
guy.
Ritalin when I was a kid.
Oh.
No, it's naturally that the way my family works is one kid is short, the other one's really freaking tall.
Damn.
Oh, I thought you were
So
going
my-
to say
my
the way
brother's
my
like-
family works was in a candy factory, but
So my
He's got
so,
no
so my
height
brother's like
or
5'11".
no balls.
Damn it.
Man, why'd you have to go silent when I said that line?
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, I know
Ah,
I'm
shit.
small. Oompa
fuck.
doompa, where is small? You know,
Aw,
I got it.
What's the matter?
do we
Okay.
need to throw the winch out?
Apparently, we need to throw the winch out. I didn't know this was going to be a spot where I had a.
Oh, I don't
got
identify
it.
as a winch, but I'll get out.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Oh no, hey Triad. I've had women when I've asked to
All right.
dance and stuff like that tell me no because I was boob height.
That's where you go. Exactly.
I mean,
Face and
that's-
chest.
There's not
Yeah.
really a good way for me to get out of this because I can't climb through the roof.
Well, somebody throwed you through the roof.
Oh yeah, throw me.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's
A lot of small people get to be thrown. I want to see what it's like.
You know what they really should add to this game? A step ladder for us.
Yeah. Uppies.
All small people need small. Oh, you need uppies. Okay.
No, not me, not me. I don't
Oh,
want
it is so windy out here.
Oh God, I'm gonna die.
It's windy out here.
Oh,
We just lose
country
you.
roads,
I just
take
broke
me
my
home.
knee. broke
Can
my
you
ankles.
trigger the winch back because I
Wait a
fell
minute.
between the things and I'm holding on to the winch and that is the only thing keeping me from falling to my death.
What am I doing? Pulling it back?
You're
Yeah.
pulling the winch back because I'm hanging from the bridge
The
by the
rear
winch
or
hook.
rear or
only.
front?
Brian,
The front. Yeah, I'm holding onto the
welcome back,
bridge
Chi.
only by the winch.
I almost blowed away.
I'm like a human kite out here. Look outside. You'll probably see my body swinging under the
Oh,
bridge.
there it goes. It's going.
Oh, thank you. I would like to stay alive.
Country road, where'd you go? All I see is freaking snow.
Giga stuff.
almost there, almost
on
there.
bridge.
Almost there.
Oh my God,
Almost
Giga!
there.
He
Keep on,
doesn't die.
Whee! Okay, let's try this again. Okay, you can release it.
All right, it's released.
Oh,
Okay.
what
And then you-
happened?
All right.
You jumped in the hole. That's what happened.
I tried to jump over the hole.
He made it 1 foot. He's like, now let's do this. Jumps right
He's
back in
doing
the
the-
hole. Oh, no, that
You
didn't
can
last
rock
long.
yourself
Dang,
something
Triad,
fierce, and then they
whoa.
won't be able to get you back.
Hold up. I need to drop this.
Oh,
Oh, now I'm just dead.
His name is on point. It really.
we've gotten nowhere.
Oh man.
Now your winch is
Well,
all
we
messed
should
up.
have let something hit the windshield so we could at least take out the windshield so we can go in and out.
All right, how do I get up?
Yeah,
Alright.
it's really windy out there.
Yeah,
Because
the
wind-
I'm a professional.
Oh, North
Jeez,
Dakota.
throw me.
All right.
Pro gamer. I am. I no.
Oh,
Not
Yeah,
at
that's
all.
just gonna pull us
Gee,
because
throw
he
me
wrapped
better.
it.
sorry.
You'll have to reset the winch. Wow,
Yeah.
that was
I
effective.
already reset it. It's just
No, it's
Bouncing
like
red
half
against-
life.
I was trying to pull it back
Pull it back
afterwards, but you
Careful
have
when
it
it
wrapped.
gets windy, it'll blow you off.
All the dead silence.
Oh my god.
Pull it back. What are you
Everyone
doing?
in hushed tones as he went
Pull the winch
Watching.
back.
through the
I'm
window.
watching you. I don't have the controls.
What?
Wait a minute.
Somebody
does.
pull him.
Okay, I got it. What do we did we
Pulling it
untangle
all
Pull
the
it
way
back. Some bitch.
Oh, ads.
Ads.
There's gonna
You
be
want
an
to break
ad.
from the ads?
There will be an ad in approximately 43 seconds.
If
Now
you
I gotta
have
fight the damn
Twitch,
wind.
Twitch question mark.
It's
If you
showing
have
like it's
Amazon
going.
Prime, you can get a free sub
It's
to
going,
this
There it
keep
channel.
goes.
going.
And coming.
Keep going until it stops being silly.
You can use your Bezos bucks here.
Bezos bucks.
There it
Nom,
goes.
All right.
You said not
Alright,
to offend
released.
more short people. It's okay.
Hey, look at that, Giga. You didn't have to jump at all. You just had to touch
What the fuck is
smaller
this?
wood.
Wait,
Who's touching small wood?
Red.
Red.
Okay.
I was touching my penis?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'm not the one who called it small wood.
What the fuck do we do over here, though?
We just need to get across this point, so just anchor it anywhere.
There's no bridge in 2 feet.
I told you the wind's crazy. I know how to get back in. Wait, climb the ladder.
Oh, that's right. I can look at you all. I'm gonna watch Red in
Nope.
misery.
No, we're good.
And
We're
I
good.
am in misery.
He's stuck. Close the hatch and like cut him in half.
Pull the winch.
Oh, Giga, you died, didn't you?
Oh!
I don't think he
I,
likes it.
I think
We're
I
good.
had the better. There you go. Oh yeah, I fell to my death. What is
Aw.
this?
This is what I've said. There's just a hole in the bridge.
Do you have to grab the lumber from the other side and try to
think you
span
do,
it?
I think you do.
I think
yeah.
so.
And
Crunk,
while
pull
it's
the
not
pull the
winding-
lever, Crunk.
This
In this
looks
case,
like
it's pull the
an
E-brake.
absolute nightmare.
Oh, stupid us. We could be doing this. We can just open the damn window here.
Oh,
This went out the door.
that looks dangerous.
Yeah, the lumber on the left side there. Is that pickupable?
No.
Pickupable?
No, it's not.
Pickupable?
I am confused.
Do we just winch it all the way across? Is that the name? You just literally winch it up? Like, is it really sloped on this opposite side, Red?
We just winch it.
no.
Yep. I think that's the name of the game. You just let it hang by the winch. And oh, you'll probably
God,
want to
the
go
wind!
further than that. You probably want to go further than that, right? Because you'll have to have the
That's not
whole
that bad.
thing.
It's windy. It's windy.
Oh, I can't get up there. I'm trying to get up there while it's windy. It's just not gonna happen.
Can't get up.
Nah, I'm trying like to not walk off at the same
Oh
time.
I
God.
don't know if you're gonna have enough rope to get it up there or winch to get it up there. Nice jump. All right, let's do this
Okay.
before it gets windy again.
You guys have
Can't get
this.
back
I
in.
will cheer you on from the afterlife.
Can't get in there.
Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
I'll be
How'd you do that?
beleaguered.
How'd you do
I
that?
jumped.
I
I
so
used my
was I.
feet.
I couldn't do it. I kept getting stuck on the stairs. Damn it.
All right.
Hang on.
Someone will definitely
I
want to
got
be
it.
on the winch.
Oh.
Start pulling.
All right, start pulling.
Ah!
Yeah.
Ah! Oh,
We're
shit!
good. We're good.
I'm gonna
We're
die.
good.
Surprisingly, oh shit, I'm falling all the way to the bottom.
That's what I did too.
Okay.
At least the back window's not.
We're good.
Oh, it's going to have a problem.
We're good.
You're gonna have to
Keep
tell me,
pulling.
Red.
Keep pulling.
I'm in the
Keep
chair
pulling.
now.
Keep pull. All right, stop pulling.
I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone.
Oh,
Stop
no.
pulling. Stop pulling. Stop pulling. Stop pulling.
He can't. He's
Oh,
dead.
it's okay. I'm dead at the bottom of the ravine
Oh,
with the
stop
remote.
pulling. That's weird.
With the remote, which means
Well,
we're stuck.
stop pulling at that point.
Anyway.
Manually. Yeah, there you go. You got this. See, look, the
Dude.
first thing was fine.
Dude, don't think that was the intended way, but we did it that way.
I think it
anyway.
was the intended way.
That was crazy, you guys.
I don't see any other way that could have worked.
That
I feel
was
like we
crazy.
could have gone down the mountain probably, but we're
Right.
gamers.
Red, 2 of our dads died.
Well, a week.
What?
You guys ever see Jurassic Park? Of course. Bum 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 bum. Good to be back.
Yeah.
Reach checkpoint
Red
1.
got us killed again, so we get
alive.
revived.
Welcome back, friends.
I'm alive, but I'm barely breathing.
Anything cool? Oh, tape.
I found an EpiPen.
Wait, how do I light the firework? I can't light it?
You throw your cigarette on it.
Oh. Wait, I forgot how to. Oh, yeah, okay.
Now we're talking about
Okay.
Tom.
I'm going to that cave at the bottom of the pit. You guys handle stuff
3
up here.
is how to throw it.
You fix the
Woo!
tires and stuff.
1,
Oh,
you light
boy.
it. 2, you smoke it. 3, you throw it.
Yum.
Can you just throw them when they're on the ground? Yes, you can.
Thank you for the subby, Angel. That was so nice. Thank you.
Jeez,
Ah!
I just.
Oh, God!
Shit!
Oh,
Why did that one go sideways? God damn it!
I literally heard one of those fireworks whiz by my damn ear.
I
there
wasn't
any
expecting
food
that
in
to
here?
happen.
We need some food. Is there any food in here? We need some
We have
burgers.
food.
We need a new remote for the winch. Unless Red's going all the way down there to
I
get
mean, I
it.
went to the bottom. I don't know where your corpse is, though. Where did you die? You died
Just
over
check.
hold on, you died over here.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
That
down
was a
there.
blast.
Well, that was a blast. I got blown up.
You would've
Take a
died
look ahead. See what's happening.
somewhere
Oh, there was only one in there.
around here. Did your body roll at all?
Given the
No. I think it just
spherical-
smacked right on the ground, and that was it.
You bounced. Bounced and bounced.
I don't think I
and
bounced at all.
It's a Bumble. Bumble's bounce.
Oh no, there's a nail gun. Do we have to nail these pieces together and then use them? That feels like what's supposed to happen.
Oh no. I don't like that.
I see.
I'm just trying to get the essential pieces back up.
Alright, whatever. There's stuff in this cave I'm grabbing.
Oh, there's only a limited
No.
number of nails in a nail gun.
My eyes itchy.
Okay.
I can't stop. Ugh. Okay, we're good.
Eyeballs.
Eyeballs? Yeah, my
Oh,
eyeballs.
yeah.
guys, there's a lot of shit
There it
down
is.
here.
Yeah.
Like,
Back
There's,
in
a lot of
my
shit down
day,
here.
gas was 15 cents a gallon.
No, it wasn't.
It says right here. 15 cents.
Oh.
For regular.
Wait, what?
Don't,
What? Dude.
don't try to tell me what I know. It says right there on the sign.
Well, back in your day, there were also dinosaurs, but we're not traversing that either.
Hey, what is this sign that
Rude.
says no smoking?
I don't know.
well, that's That's
And say
Generally,
smoke.
I think it means no smoking.
Oh, that would be hilarious if it all exploded.
Oh, that gas price, right? Imagine how much money we'd all have if gas was only 15 cents a gallon.
wait, what? What? Eh?
I mean, if gas was 15 cents a gallon, I think people would go crazy nowadays and have gas fights.
Maybe.
Like Zoolander.
Like in Zoolander. Yeah.
Oh, no, get back here, piece of lumber. Get back here. Oh, that's gone.
Well,
Okay.
There's no food.
There's burgers in the
There's
cave.
burgers in the thing.
Oh, there is? Oh,
Yeah, right there. And we have a grill, the grill one.
okay. I can't grab both.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me put this up then.
Guys, I'm almost back with one thing.
Yay!
There was a lot of things.
It's an important
I-
one thing.
I don't know.
Oh, Jesus. Why are you throwing shit?
Because I accidentally held Q.
Release
Yeah.
burger.
Angles.
I found this thing.
It's because we're at an angle.
Oh. Oh.
So the nail gun doesn't
I can't.
put pieces of wood together. I think it just nails it to the environment so that it won't move around.
Nom, nom,
Is the
nom,
logic
nom,
There we
nom,
go.
I'm currently thinking.
Oh, my broken bones. They're almost done.
Nom, 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 nom. Wait, what?
Anyone else have broken bones?
Wait, I can't.
Yeah, I have mostly broken bones.
What
Well,
the
that's
heck?
just something
What happened
Yeah,
to
what-
you?
What do you mean?
I died and then I
Your-
fell.
Your glasses.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I lied. I am dead again.
Oh,
Can someone
snow
revive
changed
me?
to go on the tires.
Oh.
You go on the tires?
I'm
Yes,
dead
the
again.
chains for the tires.
Oh, I have
Oh.
retraction.
Bye, guys. I'm dead again.
Why are you
Oh.
dead again? We
I'm
just
dead again.
How?
How do I heal my burns?
Ceiling fans.
From
But
being
let's
exploded.
see.
Sailing fan.
I like how the chains were only for one tire.
I am emo. What do you think?
Yeah, we had enough change for one tire.
Well, I could go get. There's a lot more at the bottom of this mountain in the cave if we all went on a little adventure.
Okay,
You
okay.
want this
we'll
burger,
come-
Red? There's a burger still.
Yeah, sure. Ghiga died. Might as well.
I have to get the nail gun back. No, I don't want the flipping snowball.
Is that how you died? You shot yourself with a nail gun?
No, I had the nail gun, then I failed, and broke my ankles twice, and then died. And,
Wait, where are you
and
Wait,
then
where are we going? Where'd you go? We're going down here? Something?
country roads.
Yeah. Apparently there's a cave with more chains.
Oh.
I like
in
chains.
that cave down below. There's just a lot of stuff.
Probably shouldn't say that out loud.
Are you like
Chains,
those chains there, Ghiga?
Okay, let's see what we got.
Wait, where you
Sticks and
go?
stones
I'm all
won't break
alone.
my
Where's
bones.
everybody?
We're
But
going
chains
down
and
the
whips
hill to the
excite me.
There is so much lumber over here.
Come.
I'm coming.
Trying to figure out what.
Ow,
Uh,
that
we're-
actually, I
we're
jumped and
right
I was
Should've
going
grabbed a
down,
tubie
so
and
I
slide
hurt
down.
myself.
A cave with
Yeah.
chains. It is a good time. Okay.
I was thinking of sexy back.
We're just playing-
I was thinking of S&M.
We're just playing peek at this point.
If I misbehave. You see
This
these
is-
shackles, baby, I'm your slave.
Whoa.
Just that no one makes me feel this way.
Sing it, girl.
I have.
Bring it to the chorus.
Come here, go. Sorry. Okay. Totally totally don't know the entirety of that song. That song was great. Love that song.
There's an elf hat in here.
Why?
Yeah.
it
I
would
took
want
the
to-
hat that looks as oddly suspiciously tall and white.
Oh yeah, I found more chains.
It's got stars on it. It's fine.
It's got stars on it. It's a magic wizard hat. Nothing else.
I can be a reindeer.
Where the fuck is Ghiga again? Giga's gonna die again.
Probably dead
I'm not
again.
dead yet.
Okay,
About
there
to.
was only
oh,
literally
oh.
one other chain.
Burger.
Yeah,
You need
yeah, that
these.
was one.
Should probably
Okay.
get
Oh,
a little
now
bit
I'm
too.
probably dead.
Yeah,
could
grab the
probably,
burgers.
I'm dead again.
Could have used that too, but Giga's just a corpse again. I'm like, yeah, come here, grab shit for the cake. Giga's like, no. I choose
Where's
chains
your
and
corpse,
death.
Giga?
We gotta walk up the long way.
It is so far away.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
I
Ow.
was building out some of the
Hey, son,
future
how's
paths
it
for the
going?
trucks.
were we supposed to just drive down here? Was that the intention?
No. Well, I mean, we could have, but I wasn't
So
gonna
many
take
hammers, so
RV
many
down
brain
this.
cells
Is
lost.
Giga dead again? Of course he is.
Oh my God,
I love having pun here. It's great.
Posthumous humor.
Now sexy back is just stuck in my head. It's gonna be stuck in my head for the next week. Guys, smoke a cigarette. What are you doing? You run faster, Siggy.
Country roads.
Can't smoke. I'm
I
holding
am
burgers.
toast.
Have you tried? Hit one.
No, I don't want to.
And you got two hands. One's for smoking, the other one's for holding stuff.
No.
Good
Oh.
Gotta light them up.
Smoke them if you got them.
You know, the one thing I haven't seen is the cold cups of coffee. We haven't seen cold cups of coffees in the winter one yet.
I mean, we just
Or
started.
at least I haven't.
There's coffee at the beginning, I think.
Should be
I
hot
haven't seen it.
chocolate.
We were too busy throwing them at each other to actually warrant anything.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's
right.
also
Well,
fair.
we had it was empty bottles we were throwing at each other.
Alright.
Those
You're not
coffee-
going. You're staying right here. Nope.
Let me free.
Nope. Learn
What
that.
did I?
mistake.
What did I do?
I already made that mistake,
Alright,
Penny.
what else
you
can we do
stay
here?
right there.
Oh, fine. It's
Jumping on the bed.
Prepare something. I don't know.
Giga, look, I'm a reindeer.
Nice. I don't even know what I look like. Oh, I do know. Oh yeah, I forgot I picked up those glasses before I
I'm
died.
gonna say you look like you're going skiing in South Park.
Okay.
Yay,
We're gonna just
outside.
we're gonna save the last two
No,
pieces for
no,
anything.
no,
Right?
no.
Oh, did I get the
No.
Please tell me I got the thing. Yeah,
Where are
okay.
you going? I'm watching you. You better get back in that RV.
I'm in the RV. What are you talking about? Never left.
Oh. As he
Oh,
exits.
Red, did you not find when you were
He's
all the way
running
down there?
away.
Not find the
He's
my
running-
corpse in the
Oh no,
remote?
totally didn't find it.
He's running away. Oh, we're screwed.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll solve that problem
Where's
when we
the
get.
door?
It's gone.
Doors are for cowards.
Ah! Okay, I'm here now.
We're gonna do this without a winch because we're gamers.
Someone just said they're going to bed early. So save
The
him
next
some
thing
time.
is needs the winch.
Oh.
Damn, we're gonna want this winch here.
Yeah, I kind of guessed on where those boards needed to go, so I just kind of threw them there and nailed them in. So it's probably pretty pathetic.
Oh, you
but-
did this? Oh, thanks.
Yeah. I don't know where we're
Yeah.
going from here. I don't think it's straight. That's a lie. Where those boards cross, I put those there, and there's a hat or chains at the very end. So we
Well-
might need those boards for this here.
Probably for right here to the right.
Okay, I shall
okay.
park it.
And the nail gun's back here. That's the nail gun, and then here's the boards. The nail gun.
There's 12 nails
anchors-
left.
Yeah, the nail gun anchors things to the environment, so that way they don't move whenever they are placed.
It's an infinite nail gun?
No,
No.
there's
No.
There
Holy
are.
shit. I grabbed the board and all of a sudden shot straight up in the air.
Oh, there was
It's
ice
physics.
there. I almost fell off. Okay. Yep.
Alright,
You only need
nice
to put the nail on one side, and then it'll just anchor
shit.
it.
Oh,
This
Or
side's a
Red.
little
drop
bit
it.
deeper.
Oh,
This
no.
side's a little bit farther. I didn't notice.
Oops.
Oopsies. It's alright.
Yep. So then you put in the nail.
Sorry.
Boom. Now these boards will not move.
Boom.
Yay. Are
Is
they
that wide enough?
I think it's going to have to be.
Yeah, not sure we have too many more options here. Oh, there's another one. We'll just
That,
Make it
that,
work.
that should make it wide enough. The question
Cool.
is are we going to need any of those?
You really
Down
nailed
south.
that, Giga. But
It'll be fine.
I'm gonna shoot Chi.
No. Oh, God.
Excuse me.
Uh-oh, I'm staring
Yeah.
down a ram.
I'm bloodied.
Excuse me.
What?
Excuse
oh,
me.
oh, fuck. Okay, my bad.
He's just going to run you over.
I will, mostly because I can't see shit.
Oh, God, he's
Oh,
coming.
there's a
coming.
ram.
Oh, God.
There's a
Oh,
ram.
crap. Ram hurts.
There's a ouch.
Hey, can somebody, I don't know, push me?
Why'd you-
Yeah, I'll
Income,
try.
Giga.
I got a deer behind me. Actually, that thing helped.
Deer,
so
it's called a ram.
It's a sheep.
Ram's hitting the car.
Oh, God.
Ah, shit.
how do I push this thing? Push,
F.
push, 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 push.
You
Someone
need a
grab
beer.
the winch from the
beer
front.
and then just hit the
I
push
have
button.
no beer.
There's beer up in here.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this ram is going to kill me.
Oh, he's coming for me.
I can't get inside from back here. I am landlocked.
Can somebody throw Ghiga into the goddamn
I'm
RV?
behind. Oh, almost made it, but I failed.
Oh, Chi, watch out!
Oh,
Oh,
God.
that works.
Oh.
Chi, get a beer
I'm
and push.
pushing.
Did you have a beer?
Stuck.
I don't have a beer.
Let me throw you
Someone
on
can
top.
get me a beer.
Wait. There you go.
Oh, hold on. Let me try that a little further. I don't want to kill you. There you go.
Goat's hilarious.
Wambat's
Right.
getting us a beer. Getting him a beer.
I don't
What
like
are you
I
doing?
I don't like the goat.
I threw Wambat to get a beer.
Me?
What
I'm stuck like this.
do you mean
Look
you're
at him.
stuck?
Look at him. Look at
If
me.
you
Come on, grab
there
the
is a
other
little
beer.
bit of there's a little bit of landing out
There
here,
he goes.
Wambat. If you exit the door,
Look at you,
that
stupid
is the
Oh,
weirdest
shit.
sounding
Stupid
goat.
you, stupid sheep.
Yeah.
Look at you and your stupid face.
I dropped you the
with
beer.
Oh, I was
Right.
just going to give you the. Well,
Right.
I was just going to hold you.
Yeah.
So the beer's now
You
gone.
bullied me.
I think the beer fell down this mountain.
Well, I'm pushing it. Why I still have the strength.
He hit me in the butt.
Oh, it's working, I think.
Okay, I'm out of strength.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Okay, we're
Hmm.
going to have to winch it.
Oh.
Oh,
No, we
Oh.
moved there.
Oh,
am I
shit.
going anywhere? Hold on.
We're going to die.
Oh, that's right. We don't have a winch controls anymore,
Okay.
do we?
No.
Yeah. That's why I was like, we need to find my corpse.
It's okay. We're fine. Totally fine.
Oh, God.
Everything's good.
Nope, that's the end.
Everything is good.
Oh,
Bye.
no,
It's
don't
time to
look down.
restart.
Don't look down.
No, everything's good. Totally.
Ah!
There it goes.
Guys, I don't think we're getting it out of here.
Yourself, goat.
I think we're stuck.
Oh,
There we go.
I swung all the way around and was actually on
The
my way
ram
back
is
up.
watching you fall to your death. I know that ram's a jerk. Fuck that ram, asshole.
Oh,
Hate
that's
that
right.
guy.
All my legs are broken. I'm gonna die
we're
real
missing
quick.
the chains and everything now.
Can someone revive me? Thank you.
You're welcome.
My health was pretty messed up, so I opted
We still don't
to
have a
die.
winch remote.
Yeah, y'all fix that. I'm gonna go search for the winch remote. Unless it's
Yeah.
gone now because we're dead. We had to restart.
I'm also gonna go with Wambat.
Oh, I found one.
For the chains.
You
Found
found
a
one?
winch one. I found a winch remote.
Where'd
Oh,
you
there we
find
go. Nice.
It was in the little gas station.
You guys are the worst.
It wasn't there before. Maybe it spawned it in.
It might have.
I'm just thinking she's a gamer, and you guys suck.
I mean,
No,
I
I'm gonna
wouldn't-
say it's.
I
will
wouldn't give
not-
me
Got some
that much
reputation there.
credit.
I would not deny these allegations, so it's fine.
Yeah, we don't have like snow tires or anything yet, unless we all want to take a trip to the bottom of the hill again.
I'm already heading down there.
I will
The
follow.
good news is I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to re-put on all the sunglasses and stuff.
Boom.
Oh, that was a fireworks. They're like someone's
Just a
shooting at
flesh
us now.
wound. It's fine. Oh god.
One more miles on the road, looking
See, I
at the
want to look up
bushes.
now.
Back my girls. Bring back my girls.
Oh,
Take
you
the
know what
miles in the
those
bushes,
rockets are
looking
probably there
blue.
for? Gee, save one.
I'm not up
I
there.
bet we use it for
Down
to scare the
here.
goat.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
I used them all.
Damn
We
it.
shoot the goat with a rocket.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Oh, yeah, we could do that too. I was gonna say scare it off with the fireworks sounds.
I mean, I tried honking at it. It didn't give a shit.
I suppose it's involved.
Yeah, but
led to
fireworks
unpleasant
going at it.
ramifications.
Well, it's been fun. I've had fun, guys, but
Let's go. Wee.
wait. Does this
Hey,
make you
hey.
feel like a bigger person?
Wait,
Between
am I
the
still a
rebuff.
reindeer?
No.
No.
No, we'll have to put the hats back on, but not on here. I think we already
once you
saved to
register
us,
it,
but we
you're
just gotta
good.
go. We still just
Have
gotta
motor
go up there.
oil. There's your burgers.
We need your burgers.
One set of snow chains. If someone can grab the other one.
I got
Where's
it.
the other one?
I mean,
Does she have it?
release the burgers. Release the
No, why
burgers.
are we releasing the- Whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna need burgers.
We're not
too.
coming back down.
No, we're
We
not.
go.
No, I don't want to eat a raw burger.
Why
You don't
not?
eat the raw burger.
They do in Japan.
Do they?
Japan
that
has
should
much
have
better
been
food
right here.
processing than America does.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of. I think it's usually upper scale restaurants. They have like the beef tartare, which is like a raw beef dish.
You can actually eat levels of raw chicken in other countries because the American food system is actually trash and all of our
Oh,
chicken's
yeah.
basically cross-contaminated.
Yeah, they do that too in Japan. I think you can get like a chicken tartare kind of deal, like a raw chicken dish.
Yep. Which you can't do in America
Meat dish.
because...
I'll be honest. The
McDonald's
thought,
sells
of, the,
chicken
thought of
tartare.
that, the thought of that, and the texture of raw chicken makes me feel sick.
Yeah.
Can you do like pure just like sashimi and stuff of that name or sashimi? Jesus,
Sashimi?
yeah. Always,
Sashimi.
I always,
Yeah,
I always
Sashimi.
botch that.
I use
pronunciation.
McCormick's sashimi on my fish.
I went the wrong way.
It was like one way to go.
You're going the right way, Cheat.
I am. We don't have to go.
Follow my
across this
tracks.
bridge
Keep going
before.
up. We're going up,
You don't go across the bridge.
and this moment,
Oh.
whatever the rest of the lyrics
Oh,
are, I
that's
don't
right,
know.
Going to be golden.
That's right. We
Whoa,
didn't.
oh.
I forgot.
Up is the moment. I don't know that song either.
Yeah, I like.
Many golden, many golden.
I don't mind.
Whoa.
I don't mind, raw
of our
fish.
voices.
Raw fish is
No.
fine. I don't mind it.
I do enjoy raw fish.
Hey, Case. Yes, we are having fun. We have been shooting fireworks at each other and snow chains, and then getting our asses handed to us by a goat.
I feel like this is verbal payback for how you rage bait me with your pronunciation of chamomile. How do you say chamomile?
Chamomile?
Ooh, chamomile.
Chamomile.
Chamomile. Some people call them chamomile.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me go
No.
and start fixing the place up.
Chamomile.
What?
It's chamomile.
Chamomile. There we go. The
Chama-
easy
I've heard
one.
people say
yeah.
chamomile as well.
Maybe, yeah, put a little flair on the E. Yeah, chamomile if you're
Yeah.
British.
Today
I'm
we are
an
going to have a nice
American.
hot cup of chamomile
What if I just?
With some
Mamalies. Okay.
marmalade.
Okay. What do we
like
got?
Orange
Country road.
marmalade is
Oh,
delicious.
the bridge is broken. So, okay.
Oh no, the
Run me
RV's
over
moving
as
on
I'm
its
trying to fix the
own.
damn RV.
Oh, the RV's moving on its
I
own.
know.
Shut up, Red. What? Stop. Come back here, you bastard.
Oh gosh.
I mean, I also do what little bit of Spanish I know in the most
Hey, Ghiga, turn
American
around.
accent. Keep on driving, I dare you. Pick up and set down.
nail gun.
Pick up and set down.
There, now you have a
down like
door.
that. And set down. There we go.
I have a weapon.
And that nail gun, we need to hold these boards into place.
How many
Yeah.
does each one need? Just one?
Just one.
Do we need to use all 4 boards, or we need to move one over to the next one?
The next one also had 4 boards, I think.
Yeah, that is right. We are in danger.
I have a weapon.
It's going to need all 4 boards. Ghiga, you said?
I don't know if it needs it, but it does prevent
Helps.
people from driving through.
Will that work? Is that good enough distance?
Prevents death.
I'm not even over there anymore, so I'm going to trust your judgment on that because we all know my
Sure.
judgment is questionable on most things. So,
Oh, Red, put that back.
What?
Put that back
Put
real
them back where
quick.
it
There's
came from.
another
What you
nail
got?
gun we can grab over here.
No, that's the goggles.
Oh, is that goggles? I want goggles. Let me get goggles real quick.
All right, you got
You're
the
a
goggles.
goggle.
You're a
I didn't even-
Google.
Stop
Goggles.
Nailed
shit.
it.
Hang on. Get those saved, and then the goggles. The goggles, they do nothing.
thing is my perception of nailed it as
Well, I
a
slid
phrase
there.
is
There's
permanently
ice.
messed up because the first time I like heard it applied to something in like media was Ruby. So that is a phrase
It
I
is-
permanently associate with Yang.
I'm trying to
at
think.
this
I know it
point.
was early on. I'm just trying to think when she says it.
I
watched
think
Ruby
she
a
says it
lot.
when she lands, like all of the kids get jettisoned into the forest, and then she has her like fancy landing where she's basically punching trees to land. And when she lands, she actually says
Is that it? Oh my god, it's been
Yeah.
so long. Ruby's on my
It says
rewatch.
what?
for the
What?
eighth
I
time
missed. I
list.
missed it. What did she
Nailed
say?
it. That's
Okay,
what she says.
Wait, don't we still need some boards over here probably? So
I don't know what they're talking about.
Ruby,
You don't
the
know
show.
what Ruby is?
Like the show Ruby?
Yeah.
Yeah,
RWBY.
Oh yeah, I know that. show.
Ruby.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Where we putting the boards?
I think they go over the tree.
I'm just holding the board.
Pretty sure
Yeah,
I
same
Oh,
here.
watched.
that's a goat.
Pretty sure I watched Ruby before any of you knew how to watch TV.
It's not that-
I will
What?
interject with that with a no because I had a friend who was
Except for
the-
except for
what-
Wham
on the
because
animated
he's
team.
my age.
It came out on the
Well,
internet from
I
Rooster
also
Teeth. I don't
I
know
had a
about
friend
that
who
one.
was on the animation
Don't you fucking do it.
in
Fucking
5?
asshole.
5 or 6.
Made it all the way across. How do we get over that?
I don't know, but I'm fucking stuck now.
Leave me
Oh
alone,
god,
you
look
dumb
out
goat.
for the ram!
I assumed playing.
You still haven't told me where you want this board, damn it.
Oh, we're long gone.
You think
You're
that
both
you
dead.
think you're
Get over
older
the
than
No,
me?
we're
Ryan?
just down the hill.
I just
How
had
do
a
we
down
get
the
by
birthday.
this tree? Do we drive over the tree?
My
Birthday.
assumption is over the tree. Somehow.
Do we drive off the side of it over here? Is this easier?
That
Oh, y'all
does
are over
not
there
look
with the
easier
goat.
than, like 2
Uh,
planks of wood to ramp off this son of a bitch.
I just turned 39 last week. Because I'm old.
I'm basically 90.
Don't you fucking do it, you son of a bitch!
He's a jerk. You know, I'm gonna shoot him with this nail gun. Come here,
I
stupid.
snowball his
Come here,
ass.
stupid goat.
Missed.
I'm gonna shoot you.
Not again.
Goat with the
Not again.
board.
Not
Beat him to
again.
death.
Oh,
No.
oh.
Oh, this is not good.
Farewell, Red. Oh, Red is
We didn't
rolling.
need that board.
They
Yeah.
see me rolling.
Ah!
Ow!
board.
Oh God!
They hit
No!
How about that, goat?
I died. Somebody wants to run back and res me.
Hang on. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
riding this goat.
Correction. Hey, Wayback, can you
It's cold
run
down
back
here.
now before
Did you
Ghiga
just
also
have-
dies?
Did you happen to know or notice where I was?
Wayback, I don't think.
Come
I
on,
did.
come on, hold him. No. Oh, I am
Oh.
dead now.
Yeah,
Oh no,
you-
I have
you
a
made it.
sliver of
We're
We're all
life.
just
Before
dying
you
to
die,
a goat.
can you go res us?
We're all dying
I'm
to a
hardest-
goat.
I'm running.
Oh,
I didn't
God.
realize that we're all dead here.
Yes,
Oh
I'm
my
dead.
swear. Is this
We're
shit
all
on?
dead
Hello?
down here.
Coming.
We're all dead
up,
down
Red.
here.
Our
coming, I'm
inner
coming.
turmoil of being dead millennials is now showing on the exterior.
Hey, I was more preoccupied on putting a board on top of a ram or a goat to then ride them.
yeah. Dance with the kid play with the angry goat. Yes, that's why I'm down here. They are letting the kid play with the kid.
Let there be life.
Oh.
Let there be death.
Here I am.
Was it only like revive 2 at a time? Where the hell's Ghiga?
No,
I'm not
Ghiga
dead
didn't
yet.
die. I just didn't want,
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I was
wanted
just
you to die.
very, very, very on the edge
Chi,
of
where are you
almost
going?
dying.
I'm frozen. My game's
frozen?
My game is frozen.
The game froze.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
we'll let you back in a second.
That goat's behind me, isn't it?
Probably.
Wobble.
Go away, you dumb goat.
All right, I'm gonna have to make burgers because I'm almost dead.
I have a
Maybe.
solution
Go away, you
for-
dumb goat.
I got a solution for this.
We'll wait for
fucking
Chi
goat.
though.
It's like
'Cause
super
she probably
frozen.
needs help.
I can't even close out of
Bitch.
it.
Oh, I missed.
Why is there red around me? What is on fire? Oh, it's
I
a
tried to
flare.
flare the goat, but it didn't work.
Oh, bye, red.
Hell yeah!
Do
Oh.
I
Do
do
theirs
we
look
need?
far enough apart?
I don't know.
We have
Where's
another
the nail
flare?
gun?
Don't nail those because I think that's the only 2 we got, and if they're not far enough apart, we're fucked.
Oh, you can take the
Nail
nails out.
the goat to
Oh,
the
you
to
can
the
take the nails
board.
out? Oh,
Yeah, if you have the nail gun, you can take the nails out.
oh, I don't know where the nail gun is though.
Chi, where did the nail gun go?
The bottom where I died. I was holding it.
Okay, there's a stop up here. I'm going to see if there's a nail gun there by any chance.
All right, keep going. Drive the drive the RV, and you won't get flare gunned.
Oh, look, 2 long things. That's very
What?
and
What about 2 long
very
things?
unspecific. 2
I-
boards.
Oof.
I need
I don't
to
think we did
be-
this right.
I need to
I think
be,
you need to back up.
I need to be reinvited, please.
That's Red's problem.
It's
I would
true.
invite you if I could, Chi, but I can't.
It's
Yeah, we're
okay.
stuck.
Are we stuck?
Yeah, we're stuck.
All right,
Okay,
hang on.
I
let me
found
put up
some
the
winch
flare gun.
poles. I found some chains. I found.
And grab a beer. I assume
Oh, I
I
still
need
have
to
it.
push the front back.
Dude, is there
I mean,
any
we could try pushing. I
metal
don't know if it's gonna
scraps?
work. It only worked so well last time.
disposable grills?
I'm pooping.
Oh, something hit me.
I'm a pooper.
I am now have to be.
I found another
be
nail gun.
puppy. Thank you.
I
I
don't,
don't know what hit me, but okay.
what
Grab
happened to
the
you.
goat.
I have no clue.
What?
No, I was nowhere near the goat.
Nailed
I was
the
in the
goat
RV.
to the ground.
Wait, are you pushing backwards? What are you doing,
Because there's more of us on the other side, backwards.
brother? Just go grab the winch.
Oh, that's right. We've got the thing.
Yeah.
Go
Thanks.
find somewhere to put that in. Chi remote.
Remote.
Probably about right here, but we need to find something to attach it to.
Yeah, honestly, just find the closest piece of wood.
Where's Giga?
But like,
I had to grab a nail
We're
gun.
probably gonna have to actually use the where we are, because that's the actual closest piece of wood.
I will try. Chi,
Yeah.
hold on. Pull.
Pull.
Yeah.
That works. All right, we're back. Reset us.
Reset.
I'm
We just
yelling
get
at
stuck
the
on the
game.
other side.
Or
me
like
up.
stuck. like the tire is stuck inside the board.
Can you go to the back?
Bad
and
goody.
push, maybe.
Okay.
I just
how
want to put
am I going
the.
to guess this way?
Goat. Leave me alone, you dumb goat.
You're still fighting with the goat. I tried to shoot him with a nail gun. It
There
didn't
we
seem
go.
to do anything.
Shoot me out.
So I shot him in the face
Oh.
and it didn't face him.
I need. Can one of y'all toss me a beer?
No, we're playing a game, Wambat.
I can play games drunk. Okay.
my
thank
mom
you very
said
much,
not
sir.
to drink in
Right.
RV.
Oh, I accidentally held way too long on this. I'm gonna walk back here and just yeet it at the floor.
Oh, okay. As long as I
Okay.
Leave me alone, you dumb goat.
All right, hold on. Let me go.
come
get
on,
back to
pick the beer up.
Travis' seat.
Pick the beer up.
I think I've trapped
Okay.
the goat
Alright.
under
I'm
the
pushing
lumber.
forward.
Don't
Push.
worry, Pun. I got it.
I don't know if this will work at all, guys.
I don't know if this is gonna work at all. I'm like underneath the damn thing now.
At least we're all confident in what's not going to happen. Okay.
Stinky.
I think I have the
Still-
next
That
little...
will is literally stuck.
Are we still attached
boards.
somewhere?
Do we need chains?
No.
Hold on my way.
Oh,
know.
I'm seeing it. The wheel, the passenger front wheel, is clipped through the board.
I think
So
if we
it's stuck
attach
underneath the
something, we
board.
can winch it out. We just gotta attach the winch to something.
Oh, there was pins at the next stop. I can go grab some pins.
Yeah, we're just too far from like anything though.
Okay, I'll go grab a pin. Whee!
Well, how are you, chat?
I'm just
I've
too
trapped-
short to reach the
I've
reach
trapped
the,
the goat
ladder.
under the wood ramp that's connected to the tree. So he's...
Stupid goat! That's what you get, sucker!
Hell yeah!
Fuck
Tell me
that
why
goat!
you really.
Wait,
Dang.
Seriously, fuck that goat.
Yes.
No, don't fuck
Yes.
goats. That's not great.
Oh,
Chi,
yeah.
They only do that in
Forward winch.
Appalachia. What?
Oh wow.
Say what?
Forward winch.
Forward winch.
It's
I was
gonna.
hoping
I
that
bet
would-
it's gonna flip
Oh,
you.
it's locked.
I was
Hold
hoping
on, I
about
almost
forward
got a
winch
pin.
again.
Oh, did you find something?
It says it's
No,
locked.
I'm just trying to break it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just trying to break the game.
Okay.
Way back, can you
nope, that's not a
backwards
pin.
winch us?
That's not a pin. Was there a
I can
pin?
try.
Was there not a pin?
Yeah, get that
here?
tree.
Don't fuck goats!
Okay, you're attached.
Backwards winch.
Oh yeah, there's a pin.
Backwards.
Nope, I don't need a
Toggle.
snowball. I need a winch pole. A winch pole. That's what they used to
Ah!
call it.
Keep going.
Ah!
Okay.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh, that doesn't look good. Stop.
Almost ripped, it looked like it was gonna rip the wheel off from my.
Yeah, that was the same thing. All right, cool.
I need an adult!
Giga, no. What do you mean? What do you mean, Giga? No.
We got. Oh my god,
Hey,
my
we
game
made it back.
froze. Oh, what's happening? What is
Hard
happening?
left! Hard left! Hard
Oh my god, it didn't want to go left. I hit left. It didn't want to go left. Hey, yeah. Could you do that? Thanks for
Winch.
that.
This is exactly where we. This is exactly where we fell off last time.
Back
just so you know.
wedge. Back wedge.
Oh,
I leave for 5 seconds.
Well, sorry, Dad.
Okay. Oh, unlock it. Don't lock it. Don't lock it.
I didn't like it.
Uh,
Oh no!
oh, not again!
Oh, That's it.
No, we're good. We can totally recover from this. We have a back wedge.
I have a winch pull.
This is the exact
Um,
same spot that we died in last time.
Hold on.
Good news is it didn't actually do that much damage to it.
I know.
Yeah, it's still
it's-
alive.
As soon as we
somehow.
begin moving, it will.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
The
good
game
point.
is really silly. I can kind of. Hey, yo, you guys got it. Wait, what if we.
I can see
hold
my
on.
legs.
That's not a good thing.
Look at them. They're right there. I see them. Hello, legs.
What am I could probably use this wood to help.
Hello, feetsies.
What if we.
Oh, that was close.
No, okay. Yeah.
What's
What
well, I'm
the
gonna
hell?
put this winch pole here.
Oh, gee,
There
can
we
you
go.
unlock the front one?
How do I unlock it?
How'd you lock it?
I don't
Why does
know.
it look like red is literally stuck in the wheel itself?
It doesn't say anything about locking.
Oh.
Well,
that's
at the
right.
top
That's
of the
fine.
remote, there you
nice.
go. Nope, now you've locked the back one.
The phone's unlocked. That's about all I care about right now.
I
Okay.
genuinely don't know how it works. I don't know how the lock
You're
works.
just pressing
okay.
all the.
She
She
can-
has hit
Oh,
that
why'd you
age
move at the
where you
last
just
second?
press-
I would
Hey,
have had
can you
to
put
snowball.
down the remote for a second and pick me up and then yeet me up there? Oh, maybe not like that though.
Oh no! Oh!
Yeah, I got him.
No, you didn't. I
Got
don't know.
it.
Cold.
Oh wait, that's a snowball.
You're hitting the RV.
Okay, I'm gonna throw red then.
Okay,
I
that works.
dropped it.
No, I'm
Maybe
gonna
not.
die
Hold
instead.
I'm gonna go with Ghiga.
Slid away. Slid away.
Or
Let me die. Oh, my EpiPen. Thank
Can we
you.
get-
You've
I think there's
cured
a way
my
down there.
allergy
Let me see if I
from
can find a way
death.
down there.
okay, yeet me, bitch.
Oh, you do not fly very far at all. I'm gonna have to get a lot closer to the top.
Okay, that was whoa. You can yeah, you can kind of glitch on the one mountain and just kind of yeah.
Okay, let's try this. Oh.
This is crazy right now.
No, no. Oh shit.
Oh, I picked up a snowball instead of you. Congrats, you're dead.
Ow. Okay.
1 minute I was on the
Okay.
road looking at the bushes. The next minute I was in the bushes looking at
Oop,
the
oop,
road.
too far. Hold on, I'm gonna throw you to save
And after
you.
that, you just fell.
I'll only save you now.
Here's the
I'm
nail
just-
gun.
I'm that
hold
guy that got trapped
I
in
got it.
the crawl tunnel. Just leave me.
I
Tell
got
my
you.
wife and kids I love them.
You don't have wives or kids to tell.
And tell them anyways.
you
Find
said-
someone's
Like
wife.
someone's random
Even
kids.
worse, find someone else's wife and kids and tell them I love them.
Why did you just throw that board at him?
He was stuck.
Hide the body.
Are you,
Gotta
stu-
hide
are
the
you
body.
stuck or are you dead?
I'm not dead.
Oh,
I
okay.
will be if I don't get anything to eat.
I'm
Just
not
let me
dead
die.
yet. I'm only mostly dead.
All right.
Thanks for the wood.
Just
You're
stole
welcome.
his wood.
I
I'm just
can't
gonna
pick
keep
it
on
up.
running backwards out of here. There's
Yeah,
got to be a
well,
way for me to
We're
escape.
back. It's your turn to throw me out of here at this point.
Oh, it's
No, wait.
locked. Hey, can you release that?
No, I don't know how. I told you
Just
guys
press
this.
all the buttons.
We just
Touch
went
it,
through all
and then-
this.
All right.
All right.
She has reached the age
I'm
where
coming back.
Do you
you don't
have
know
anything
how the
for it?
remote works, but if you press enough
Yeah,
buttons,
someone
Go,
have
go,
the,
go, go.
oh, that worked.
It says
Oh,
that
I'm up
neither
at
of
the
them
top
are
now.
locked right now.
This will get us
Anywhere?
back to where we were.
That works. Can you
Alright,
hook it?
Which one? The
It's
rear?
Sorry, hooked.
it is
It's hooked.
hooked.
All right, Chi, get
It
back in the
hooks.
car.
I'm
Get
scared.
back in the car, Chi.
Oh,
I
this
don't
is gonna
want
be
to,
interesting.
I'm
I
afraid.
Get
gotta
back
find
in the
an
car,
angle
Chi.
to watch this shit. Alrighty.
I hooked my feet.
All right, which one am I going? I'm pulling in the
backwards
rear.
one. Pull it. Pull the
Yeah,
rear.
rear.
Pull the
Okay.
rear.
This is
Nothing's
gonna
happening.
destroy
Use
it.
the rear, crunk.
No, totally fine.
Crunk?
Totally.
Pull
totally.
the lever, Crunk.
Totally
I
gonna
thought it
work.
was Kronk. Is it
Totally.
Crunk?
Yeah, it's Crunk.
I don't think it's Crunk. I think it's
It's
Kronk.
crunk.
Is it Crunk?
It's not Crunk.
With an O?
It's O.
I feel like it's an O. Oh,
It's Kronks. I'm googling this. If you, it's
Did you see that? It visually
Kronk.
shot
Yeah,
off my
it's-
feet
it's
in the
K-
air and then read.
it's K-R-O-K.
Darkness.
It's Kronk. It's not Crunk.
There isn't even
We're
an
out here
end.
getting
Croc all this
We're
time?
We're out here getting crunked. I mean, no, it's Kronk.
It's croc
How do I
all
get-
this time.
how
Croc
do I
of
get
shit.
back? How do I?
Crunk.
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 Can you can you help me? Can
Pull the lever,
No.
Crunk.
What do you need help with?
I need to get it back uppies.
Lever.
Oh, you need uppies?
No, but just a little uppies. These there's a lot of uppies. I'm oh my God, you're gonna break my bones getting me on top of the RV. Okay,
And we are out. Yeah, you're not hooked up to anything, so you're good.
okay.
Let me alone,
Are
you
you
dumb
sure you
goat.
want to do
How is it-
this without the front being connected to something?
Do we want to be hooked up
Can
to
we
something
connect?
with
Yeah,
this?
can we connect it to something in front of us?
I do have a winch pole.
Yeah, hang on.
Well, I think
there might be
we
a tr-
can
I
hook
feel
onto
like
that
there's-
tree, right?
Is there a close enough tree?
This big tree that's falling down, we should be able to connect to, right?
If we can save the winch pole, might as
no,
well save
it's
the
gonna be
winch
too
pole.
far.
Oh, okay.
I know where 2 more winch poles are, but
Here's the maximum.
want me to winch
Alright.
pull it?
I hear goat.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
winch pole
to a
it.
winch
What-
pole, but what do you think? Right here's probably aligned right?
That looks good.
Works.
Okay,
Okay,
put it down right
winch
here.
pole.
Winch
Ready?
pole. All right.
Go for it.
Ready?
Go Chi. Go
Oh,
go
wait,
go.
I got a toggle
Goat.
it. There we go.
Goat cheese. I mean, goat cheese.
Ah! Oh, we're fine.
Oh my God. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Are you doing it from the back?
No? How can I do
Chi,
it from
keep
the
pulling.
back? There's
Chi,
not
lock it
up.
touched anything.
What?
It's just how the wire looks. It's all not. It's like stuck.
This is horrifying to watch from this angle.
There it goes.
Oh,
Oh,
there
shit.
you go.
Oh shit. Okay.
It tries to
Unwinchest.
run me over.
Oh, you gotta unwinchest. We're kind of.
Yeah. I got you. I was just making sure you were ready to go.
Good lord. Fucking mess.
I have no idea if that boards are even wide enough for the predicament
It
is
might be a
currently in.
little not wide enough.
A little not wide enough.
Yeah.
Where am I going? I've gone. Okay, hold it.
Where's the gun? Where's the nail gun? Nail
That's
gun's over here.
great question.
It's over here.
Look out for the ram.
The goat
We got
is
10
here.
shots left in the nail gun.
You can remove nails from boards as well.
I see it.
with
Right click.
Yep. That
Don't
might
look
be
at
got,
me.
like,
Oh,
Don't
six
look at
scrap.
me. Don't look at me, you stupid, stupid
So
goat.
real quick, Chi,
What?
start replaying or
gonna-
putting armor back on the RV
I
in
got
case
it, I
the
got
goat
it.
decides to ram it.
Fuck that
Okay,
goat.
I'm up here. Country roads.
Is that a flare gun on the ground?
Where'd you go?
Can I shoot the flare
That's
gun
all
at the
I
goat?
see.
Oh, that one's empty. I tried it earlier.
Oh man.
Oh,
Shit,
the
it still hit
goat
me from
got
up
him.
here.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
down.
it
I'm
can
down.
do
He got
that.
me.
Oh,
Where
I'll
are you?
find you.
they're up there.
Wambat, where'd you go?
I'm down here.
Where'd you go?
To your right, down the
Alright.
crevasse.
Crevasse.
Are you in, oh shit. Are you in the
Hello.
hole?
There you
again?
are.
Yeah.
Or are you in a different hole?
Effie me.
Everyone's got
Well.
beef with the ram. It's true.
Okay, nail
I
gun
don't
is
think
right
ram
there.
is beef.
Huh?
I said I don't think ram is beef.
It's not.
Then what is
You got
ram?
beef with the ram.
It's not. That was.
With it, not.
I hear
is
him. Where
it.
the hell is Ram?
That was the joke.
You'll want to get back up to that location by walking back here.
If it
anyways.
was up your ass, you'd know. No. All
Put
right,
that
fine.
down there.
You guys are no fun.
And all I see
Stand up,
is
Chi.
Nobody laughs at my jokes.
Stand up, Chi.
Oh wait, you told a joke?
What? No.
Chi.
I don't know how you're.
I want you.
Are y'all gonna be able to
realize
go through
No.
this?
That you asked me.
No.
A
No.
lot of these are fake branches. Not all of them, but a lot of them are.
They're
They're
fake.
pretend.
All right, cool. Let's go.
Oh, that was not nailed in at all.
Ah.
But whatever,
Well,
it works.
only one of them was. It was okay.
Yeah, we
did
did the
Hey,
entire last
Stop.
map without a nail
Stop.
gun. I assumed.
What
Do
are
we
you
wanna go?
doing? You're gonna drive off the cliff.
the thing is
Yeah.
ahead of us, just right ahead of us.
Little cliff.
The goat jumped off.
Good.
Well, I'm sure he can run back
Now
up.
jump. Oh,
Good.
fuck you.
Good.
What is this?
Oh.
I just want to grab the ladder.
Okay, I'm scared. Actually, I don't want to.
I did, but you
Oh,
can't hear me. No, I
scared.
can't.
Do we want me to
Oh.
grab another winch pole?
No, well, no, that's wood. We can just winch it to the wood at the end.
Just
Got
winch
it.
it.
Oh,
Winch it.
want me to winch it?
Yeah, just in case. Just winch it at.
Oh, we
one.
have nothing to repair. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I used it all because we were about to do crazy shit.
The winch is
I'm
only for
going-
emergencies. It is
Okay.
not designed to be our primary.
Do I look good, Giga?
You always look good, Red.
Aw, that was
Um,
nice.
Oh.
Yeah, but does the RV look good? I'm just
Oh.
believing.
What a nice,
Uh,
wholesome
you-
moment.
Yep.
Keep it straight.
You made
keep
it.
straight.
Ta-da. Keep straight? That might be difficult for some people.
Ayo.
I meant the meant the RV.
Especially Wham Man.
What? Maybe keep my mind straight.
Reach
Oh,
checkpoint
that was
2. We did it,
priceless.
guys.
It's called ADHD. That's why I have pills for
Wait.
it.
That lift is running. Can we ride it?
Maybe.
I think that's part of the curse
Oh,
situation.
Please don't tell me we have to like winch to it. And
Oh,
get
Yes.
up. Oh shit.
There's another control. Ooh.
We'll
And then
find
there
out
had
what
to.
we do. Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
there's
We
a
have
thing
more
over
scrap.
here.
Did we need
Ow,
to park the
I'm
thing
already
closer?
almost dead.
I want to get in
Oh,
the
do we
bucket.
need to?
How do I get in there? I want in there.
While y'all doing that, I'm making burgers since we had an extra pack out over here in the shop.
That's good, because I got broken
No
bones
pun.
from when Giga shot me with a nail gun.
I
was trying
I-
to fix things.
I died at some
Aw.
point. I don't remember what happened.
They put the door on the inside so you can't jump in. Lame.
I accidentally picked up the fire, the grill instead of the one patty that was off to the side.
2 inch or not 2 inch? That is the question. The answer is yes, but
Mm.
which winch?
Burger.
Listen, you can get as many
Winches,
winches as you
winches.
want, but it's
Nom nom nom.
Betty bought some butter, but she said my butter's bitter, and if I put it in my batter, make my butter bitter. So Betty bought a bit of butter, better than her bitter, butter and put it in her batter, and her batter was not bitter.
Somebody put him down.
Huh?
He's losing it.
that was a good tongue twister. But also, man, she
A
just
tongue
sleeps
twister.
around, doesn't Harry? Letting everybody put stuff in her batter.
Dang. The real story. It's like, what's that? Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, we all fall down. It's not a
Yeah,
very friendly
bubonic
story at all.
Also-
It's
of
the
them
song
are-
about the bubonic plague.
New hat.
You're a hat.
Your mother's a hat.
Damn.
Sorry. Sometimes I just get a little aggressive all of a sudden.
We know.
Your mother's a hat. Your father is a hoodie.
Okay.
Sorry, you're in a safe place.
Your
man. It's
mother's
okay.
a hat, Harry. What?
It's cheap.
Buster, I.
It's a
I
bonnet.
know. Ow!
It's a bonnet, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
This snow is rather deep, and this is coming from a tall person, so I can't imagine what it'd be like for a short person.
It's a winter wonderland.
Okay, I'm wondering. All right, what's up? What is this?
What?
There's cables.
Okay, we have spots for the dues.
All right.
Oh, that looks like a terrible way to end the game.
Okay, we have
Okay.
4 things of oil, by the way.
That's
Okay,
good.
for the record,
So we're doing good on oil.
4 gallons.
we either go up or down, and either way, we're either chaining ourselves to a lift.
Okay.
Yep. That's
Yeah, it's gonna be
that's the
fun.
name of the game. We are chaining ourselves.
Thank you.
Oh
So
no! Does that mean we also have to chain ourselves to the massive one that's going across the top of the map?
oh, that'd be awesome.
It's gonna be horrifying.
I think I'm going where Ghiga went. Maybe.
I'm up at the top of the hill by the.
Oh, you're up
I
there.
ran out of spare
Yeah.
parts.
Yeah,
Yeah, we didn't have much.
it's
depth.
okay. We'll
We
work
kinda
on it.
Fucked shit up.
Yeah.
We have a
did.
roof. As long as we have a roof and a ladder to get.
So, oh god, do we actually?
You're
have
a roof.
How do we even get it? Oh my god, Ghiga, did you not walk
What?
3 feet closer to see all the scrap?
That's mean.
I don't even know where you're at.
I was
I'm
being
by the
mean.
lift.
Being mean. I'm gonna.
Right
I'm,
now.
I'm
I'm by the
What?
lift
That's
on the
not
left
mean.
hand side, not the one on the right hand side.
Yeah,
roof-
that's why.
Oh,
there
the
was,
roof?
there was
The roof
7
is a
scrap
good
right there.
I didn't say I was the most observant person in the world. I barely identify as a person.
Where is
Hey, I
this?
don't know if we're supposed to do this lift yet because I feel like if we did this one, we'd just run into the mountain 18 times. I think we do the small lift first.
You know the
Okay.
one thing we haven't done yet, or
Or we
maybe
go across the
at least
ice?
I haven't participated in.
That's
Actually,
fair.
looking at probably the map that's in the passenger seat.
No,
think we-
the ice makes the most sense, and then we work our way up that way.
Then-
That's
yeah.
logical. Although strapping ourselves to a lift also sounds fun.
That sounds like shit's
Although-
gonna explode.
Although technically, I don't think we
Boom.
can even like get close enough to like, ouch,
Release
um,
it.
Boom.
to like connect to it.
I mean, if we
Boom.
threw somebody, but we're gonna run into a bunch of mountains and explode. There's
Boom.
no doubt.
I'm nearly dead, but it's fine.
Boom,
This
boom,
What
won't be
boom,
the
boom,
first
boom.
time, and it won't be
Okay,
the
there's
last
nothing
time.
over there.
I was born in the 1900s. That was the problem.
Look at you. Look at your little legs.
When you were born in the last century, at the turn of the
Oh,
century.
God. You're over here.
Oh shit! I almost clipped through the world.
Stuck in the snow. I can't get out. See, this is where you need the chains.
Oh yeah, we're
Get
stuck.
through the
I'm stuck in the.
snow.
We're stuck in the snow.
Wait, I thought I put in.
Okay.
We're stuck.
Oh, snow.
I'm going to throw someone.
No.
guys, we're stuck. We need it.
Maybe we should have put the change on the back tires. You know, the ones with the
Yeah,
propulsion.
I didn't know. I forgot whether this thing was rear wheel or not. To be honest,
Will.
Will.
drive.
Will drive.
Thank you.
There we go.
Ow.
Oh hell no! Oh, keep pushing.
Yeah, you're on ice, buddy.
Oh, yeah, that breaks, doesn't it?
Oh no.
Oh shit.
I think you're
Okay.
doomed
No.
because it's going to keep on breaking over and over and over.
I mean, yeah, we're fine. We're just
I slid.
No.
Winch it forward.
yeah.
Thank
How
goodness
far?
Red has an idea because I don't think half of us do.
What are ideas?
Oh my god.
Ideas are constructs of mankind. Literally, they make it up in their heads.
Is somebody have a remote?
It's in the RV on the wall. There's 2.
You got this, Red.
There's some
Going through the bathroom.
I'm
Oh,
s-
let me not. Hang on. And through the toilet.
Whoa!
Well, that
Damn!
probably wasn't the most successful way. I think he's on breaking the ice. Yeah, no. Yeah, guys, I don't think this is the executable.
Ah! Holy shit!
I think that
You don't even have front wheels anymore, guys.
They are gone. Oh,
well, we have one spare wheel.
you're gonna
Dude.
turn
Oh.
into a popsicle.
I'm just
Pick me up. Thank you. I don't know if anybody actually did that.
No, I felt like trying to get kicked. Okay, I'm out.
like I think I'm dead. I'm dead. I froze to death.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, Giga, I'm trying to get you
Be well.
Damn it!
Oh wait.
I got out. We just throw him harder into the ground.
The good thing is I can still smoke while I'm dead, so no need to throw anyone. I guess
There we
that's a
go.
little more traumatizing as a smaller person. Okay. You have one front tire, Red.
That's fine. That's fine. We have one spare tire on the roof.
Who needs
Got it.
4 tires? That's for losers.
What's a
Do,
tire?
do, 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 do,
Me,
do,
I'm always
do,
tired.
do,
Oh no,
do.
there's the other tire. It's back.
That's my secret, Cap. I'm always tired.
Yeah. I'm always tired.
I tried to
And-
revive
Dude,
you.
I don't know what it is today. My cat got me up so early because she wanted to be fed early and all that shit. And then she wouldn't let me go back to sleep. So I have been in this cycle of bed
Out of
rotting
the
and
ice.
eating today.
I tried to
That's
revive
fair.
Giga, but it wouldn't let me.
Oh, I'm alive now. Wayback
Oh.
got me.
Oh, I thought you were
Oh, where are you, Chi?
right here.
I see you all the way over there.
I ran all the way back to
Oh yeah,
revive
yeah.
Giga.
No, Waybat already had me. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I didn't have not doing anything anyway. Just watching Red try to get out of the ice like a goof.
Oh yeah, no one's helping Red here.
Hey, somebody unhook me real quick. I kind of gotta.
As he runs me over.
Ah!
Sorry, I'm trying. I don't want to
Yeah.
also fall in
Ah!
the water once I get unhooked. That would be really bad.
Ow! I got ran over.
Sorry.
It's
Man,
okay.
I wonder if this
He
is
got
actually
ran
the way
over
to
by
go.
Red. Keep on going. You got this, Red.
I do have reindeer antlers.
I
Keep on
just
going,
see
Red.
the Russian
Keep
head
on
Good
going,
idea.
Red.
I made a mistake.
Oh,
I made a mistake. I'm not
Keep
gonna
on
try to
going.
get to
I'm
3.
pushing it.
2's
I
fine.
Died. No, I'm alive.
Good.
You start sliding
I'm trying to
backwards. I
keep
kept
on
on
getting
pushing.
it.
I was like,
All right.
Oh, dude, the snowball gets bigger. Oh my god.
Oh. Wait, the snowball
Oh.
gets bigger? Hold on.
The snowball gets bigger.
Hold on.
Why did I tell you that? Why I'm the one at the bottom?
Who's on there? I hope somebody's down here.
Dang.
Get him before he
Oh, they don't get that big.
Look at him go.
It still hurt. Oh no. It's lagging the game.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
not us with a billion trails. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Scouting off ahead, Captain. Chi, do you need me to throw you in there to?
I guess so.
Let's go.
I'm in.
The
Oh, we
scout
do
ahead, they
have-
said. Bunch of silly gooses. Catch up, losers.
Gooses? Question mark. All the
Uh-huh.
silly gooses.
Red.
Wait, Red. Wait,
Oh,
Red. Wait,
oh.
Red. Wait, Red.
We don't do a lot of waiting here.
Oh, okay. I see.
Well,
That's
Mayor
left.
RV,
Doesn't
that's
do
a
a lot of waiting
leopard.
here.
Okay.
we have bigger problems.
Ah!
We have much bigger problems.
Oh, this
There's
is
just-
all ice.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the bigger problem.
We need to go that way, I think.
Yes.
Oh.
I
was
hear
trying
another
to
goat.
stop, but then I slid. And
Yeah, there's a goat, there's a leopard. You're not going backwards, Red.
There's
Yeah,
a
well,
leopard.
I'm not gonna stop.
Yes, there is a leopard.
Okay.
Wait, a leopard or a leopard?
Leopard.
A leopard.
A man?
Why would a leopard be out here in the middle of the
It
winter?
might be
Is it a
leopard
really
with
sick man or a leopard
No.
with a tail?
What?
Leopard with a tail.
Oh,
There's also
okay.
a goat
Hey,
about
guys,
to hit us.
I died
Ow.
smoking a cigarette. I just want you to know that, and it was pretty cool.
Why-
I'm also going back to the frozen pond with my corpse.
Did we lose Red for good?
He's behind
Yeah.
you.
No,
Watch out.
No.
I'm at,
Ouch,
I'm
I'm
at,
dead.
I'm
How
at
did
the
you get me?
frozen.
I'm in
I'm at
here.
the.
Crap, the thing's being hit. Chi, you're gonna have
I'm-
to drive.
I'm rolling
I
down
don't
the
know how
hill.
to
We see
drive.
me
Ah!
rolling.
You gotta hook
Ah!
the winch up
Waiting.
behind us to pull us backwards.
Oh, hey, I found Red.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
Your
what?
body
Hello.
also fall down here.
Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. Oh, I landed in the
I
ice.
see. Oh, shit.
Nope, I'm just glitching
Yo,
all
dude,
over the
just
ground.
reset the
Got
winch.
it.
Don't grab it there. It's just reset.
No, it wasn't that. I was trying to. Hang
Oh
on.
my
Oh,
God.
thank
Okay,
God,
okay.
I don't have epilepsy. This game was trying to kill me.
There.
Oh yeah, don't look at corpses. That'd be really
Well,
bad.
the corpse is
reset.
one thing, but my whole screen like keeps on moving my camera around. Okay, I'm
It's
going back to
reset.
looking at Wambat.
Where
Okay.
did
I'm
gonna
he
try to-
go?
Try to
I
get
can
close
hear
enough
the
because I
ram,
saw
but I don't
the
see him. Where did he? Oh, he's right there.
crap. Where is that? I saw the button for it.
Ow! You
Don't-
son
don't-
of a
Oh
bitch!
shit!
You son of a bitch! You!
What up?
Oh,
Hey,
wait,
hey,
what? How are we alive?
Somehow Wambat res my body, but I was down at the. I don't know.
I'll take it. We're alive.
We're alive.
Where are you?
Watch out for snow.
Goat's
dogs.
stuck in the RV.
Breathing.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. He hit me.
I just pray to a God I don't believe in.
Hey,
I
could
got time, she got freedom.
somebody
Yeah.
repair the tires a little bit. The drill's on the.
Oh no, he flipped back through the other side. I just got hit.
We need a tire.
One's in the car. One's always in the RV.
Oh,
Yeah, there's one on top of the roof, but we don't have the ladder.
there's a tire right here.
No, guys, just grab the drill.
I got
thing.
it. I got it. Wait, I can't attach it because of the snow. It won't let me.
What are you trying to attach?
The wheel.
You don't know. There's no wheel to attach. There's a drill in the RV. You grab and you walk up on the
No,
tires.
I'm currently being hit the crap out of by the goat.
What?
What Waymat has.
Video games, a time to bring all your friends together.
Ah!
The goat
Just
is
to
going
get
to
it
tear
there.
the thing up.
I don't like goats. That goat. That goat's a jerk.
Oh, that kind of worked.
Okay, got the wheel on.
Okay, well,
No,
the
I
RV's
want the drill.
the right direction.
No, it fell off. In the middle of drilling it.
The tire?
You have to put
Yeah.
the tire on and
It'll
then use
fall
the
off
drill
and
to
it just-
attach it.
I know. I'm doing that right now. It's just that it fell
Ah!
off right before I could attach it. Yeah, I'm just sliding on this ice as I'm dying to the goat.
Oh, you got. I will find out how to PvP in this game, and you will die, goat. There,
I just keep on
tires are
throwing
fixed.
snowball.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
but
the
how
tires
am
are
I gonna
fixed.
get- Oh. Op. We need. Ouch,
Shit,
you
I was
dumb
like
goat.
running right into the goat.
Fight me, goat.
No, leave me alone, goat. Leave me alone. No.
Not like that.
Stop bullying me, goat.
That goat's a jerk. I hate him.
I think the goat is now broken. I think
Good.
we have successfully broke the goat.
Good.
Good.
Oh, I lied.
No, you're not.
I hope his horns fall off.
Oh, I'm like basically dead.
He's just
Again?
sitting there bullying us around.
Do we still have one of those winches? Yeah, that's one up there. Could you be so
Ha!
kind to yeet me on
Fuck
the
off,
roof a little
goat.
bit?
Right?
Just a little bit.
Good news.
What are we doing?
Look,
The
thank
flare
you.
gun works against the goat.
It does?
I'm sure he'll be back.
I
Roast
put
to go.
I put one of these on thing earlier. Just
I know,
I shot the
didn't mean to
flare gun at the
jump
goat and he
out.
fucked off.
I didn't mean to
I mean,
jump out.
the winch
Help!
pole, the winch is
Now, how
connected to the
far
ground,
he fucked
right?
off, I have no clue.
Help!
yeah, which is
I can't get back in.
I really do not like this ice.
Me either. I can't get back in.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the chains are for, but we lost those.
Maybe.
Hi, Red.
Hey, where's the other two?
Right here.
They're behind.
I couldn't get in.
I'm currently being run over.
I fell out
Okay.
and I couldn't get back in because the ice was slippery.
The problem is that do we have another winch pole?
Nope. All right. Someone unhook me. I think we're good.
I'm going to get out and just mash
Hey,
push.
can
a
you?
lot.
I got it. I got it.
Where's the other two?
Thank you. My God.
Everyone
Holy
else,
shit.
Are you stuck on the winch pole? Pole?
No,
Nope.
Chiwi winch me. Chiwi winch me. Chiwi
I'm
winch me.
We winch me.
We got
We
you.
winch me.
I did it!
Okay. Oh, we might be good. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'm just gonna.
Let's someone pull in the winch. Winch. Oh.
Did one of you have the remote, or are both remotes in here?
Remotes are probably with you.
Oh, cool.
I just crashed through. I'm walking on the side of the RV. Okay, I fell
We got
all the way
another flare
through.
gun.
I'm dead.
I just saw you flop down.
Oh no! Oh shit!
Oh shit! There's an RV there.
There's an RV there!
You guys like my park job?
Looks
No,
great.
I can't get
Looks
in.
great, guys. Good
It's
job.
Okay. I have
You're
to
doing,
like
you're doing
oh, no.
awesome.
Okay.
land on this. Okay, nope. Okay.
I can open the cabinet and put the flare gun up.
Okay.
Someone twigger the winch. The winch. We
Oh,
winch me.
Who's got the remote?
They're both inside.
Okay.
Someone just want to throw the remote out. Wait a
Wait a
minute.
minute,
Sit
the
down.
remote's got it.
Yeah, so
Here,
you
I'd
don't
sit
get
down.
fucked up.
I got it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're good.
Damn it.
It's too
We're
funny.
good. We're good. Keep going.
Okay, but even once you
Keep
get up
going.
here, it's still gonna be ice.
Look, I
I'm
will
going to
solve
see.
that problem when I get up there. I'm trying to be a gamer.
You're
Keep
trying to
going.
be a
Where we're
gamer.
going, there are no
Keep going.
roads.
Keep going. Keep going.
Welcome back from the
Keep
ads.
going.
If you're tired of the ads, please. Buy
Just
us
keep
some.
going. Okay.
Okay, you're at
Just
the
keep
fin.
pulling. Just keep pulling.
Just
Just
keep
don't-
pulling.
Just do
Just
not
keep
stop pulling. I'm coming up with a different idea, with another idea.
What was that? What was that? Ghiga? You did
I
a
don't
second
know.
there.
Gremlin noises.
Does it reach?
Okay.
Nice.
Now Wimbat, do the back winch.
Pull
And
on the
I'll
back winch?
Solve that problem next.
Yep.
Do the back winch.
Oh,
right.
Hang on. Toggle. There we go.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute! Push the button!
I have found more scrap pieces.
Okay.
Well,
Just keep pulling. It's good. You're on a tree. That's as far as
I
I
don't know if
got.
I'm sitting or not.
I hope so. Let's keep going. Ghiga, where are you? You got a winch pull?
I have found more scrap pieces. I have found some chains. On my way
Okay.
back.
Have you found a winch pull?
And that's what I was looking for, but unfortunately I have not at this time.
Okay.
Okay, we're up to the tree,
Okay.
Yeah.
I found another cassette.
and I'm just
that doesn't
sitting
help
here
us.
rocking.
Yeah, I'm trying to. All right. I haven't solved what to do with this one yet. 'Cause I don't.
What was that release? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
No.
God.
Drops the whole thing.
We really need another winch pin because there's nothing.
What if we?
I'm looking.
Wait,
Okay,
you're in the snow
um,
now and off the ice. You might be able to we can
I-
turn around and drive somehow.
Whoa.
It's okay. It's okay. Pull the
Do the-
front winch.
Do the
Pull the
front,
front
one
winch.
now.
Front one now. Ow, fuck my bones.
God, I had to quickly hit the T.
It's,
Oh, we're just grinding against the sidewall here.
Aha! I have found some.
Okay.
I am on my way with a winch
I
pole.
finally solved how to do this. Ghiga finally finds a winch.
Oh.
Keep pulling.
Do you not need the winch pole anymore?
No, just keep
no.
pulling.
We're gonna need something
Bring
to
it
flip
just
us
in
over.
case. Why are
Okay.
you upside down? Okay, well.
Okay.
There we
Oh,
go.
whoa, holy shit. Just,
I
yeah.
am watching stream because I am so far away. And holy cow!
We are special. We know.
All right.
I mean, better than I could do, I'm sure.
Okay. Now do some of the back winch pull.
Not very much, just a little.
I walked so far away. I'm on my way, almost there.
Park this
all
somewhere
right,
rather
all right.
interesting. Yes.
How do I?
All right.
wrong one.
You tell me when, and I will release.
Never. Apparently, this is not working.
I have a winch pole.
All right, we're gonna have to do this really quick.
Wait.
Put
Where
it-
do you want it? Here.
I can get. Yeah. That's fine.
Put it up a
Okay.
little bit past that point. And so
Yeah. I can get
just
it.
a little bit because
I can
I don't
get
know
it
how far much
here.
further this will go.
And I think that's about as far as I can get that. Okay. Oh fucking hell! This is not gonna go.
You're gonna have
We
to
need to
release.
switch them.
Let me toggle the back rear so I can instantly pull. Okay, never mind.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Start pulling the back.
Yeah.
Pull the back.
I'm pulling, but I have a feeling this is
Okay,
gonna flip me.
Pull the front.
You
Pull the
won't
front.
Flip. You're fine.
Pull front.
Pull in front.
Oh,
This is exactly how I expect a bunch of uncles to figure out an RV situation.
Exactly. Perfect.
Huh.
Hey!
somebody could unwinch us so I can.
Say that you found a bunch of
Look at
scrap
that.
too, Giga?
We're gamers.
Yeah, I found a bunch of scrap while I was out there. I
Great
did
work,
find a
Good.
chain.
We're gonna need it.
Great work. The fact that
What's your
we
job? Scout
somehow
ahead and see
recovered.
what.
Amazing.
That's good
Hi.
job. Good job, boys. Nice work. Hi.
Good job.
I didn't do
Okay.
nothing. I just watched.
What?
I,
You
Alright.
did stuff, Chi.
I did what women folk do. I watched.
I ran away. I let Red do
Not
all
while
of
I'm
it.
wearing my milb hat.
It's called supervising, and my mom does it all the
Yeah, someone's got to supervise you goons.
Mm-hmm. You don't know what crazy stuff we'll do if we're not supervised.
I
I
do.
think
That's why
we
you need
just-
to be
The
supervised.
same
I think
thing
we
we,
know.
would
We
do
just did
even
it.
while supervised.
It's true.
Yeah, it is true.
Oh no, there's
Oh,
water.
you-
Stop.
Here's a chain I'm throwing from the upper story.
Oh.
What the? Oh,
That was
you're
a
up there.
chain.
Yeah, I
haven't-
guess put it on rear wheel since
We-
that's where the drive is actually.
Are we supposed to go? We have to go across the ice at some point.
Oh yeah.
Do I just have to go really fast?
I don't know.
I think I might have to just go really fast. I have an idea.
Oh, this is gonna be funny.
Here's another winch
Is
pole.
it gonna be funny?
It's gonna be hilarious. Are those just bushes? Those are just bushes. I thought there's something over here, but it's just bushes.
In the bushes.
Also, if this
Okay.
ice
In
can't even
bushes.
support an
Just
RV,
like this-
how are you supposed to go
Just
ice
like this
fishing?
section is bullshit.
I think if you just hug this right side, or
Nope.
left side, I mean.
We're gonna have
left
to be a
side.
gamer.
Should we all be in the RV when we do this?
I
No.
don't know, I'm on the other side.
Oh, here's
I'm
a winch
scared.
pole.
I'm like up on the mountaintop
All right,
throwing
watch
boards
this shit.
off.
Damn it! Let me pick up the winch pole.
Oh God!
There
board!
he goes into the
I just saw a
wild
piece of
blue
wood go flying.
Yeah, I threw that.
Okay, well,
Oh, almost there. You made it. You made it.
It's more of a straight line than I expected on the ice, but I can work with that.
Also, I don't think the ice is breaking, did it?
Oh yeah, the ice broke.
Oh,
It definitely sounded like it was breaking.
Oh, I
It
see.
definitely broke. You barely got off of it in time to hit that little island. Okay, nice. So far, so good. I'm just throwing wood from the.
I think if you have any length of time on it, that's probably where it's going to go.
Oh God, a giant
leopard!
cat!
Where's the leper?
There's a flare gun in the RV.
No, those tires aren't looking too good.
That's because there's apparently an asshole attacking our tires.
The leopard has ran away.
Yeah, okay. What's that winch? Actually, is there a tree nearby?
Oh no!
Oh, we just lost the whip. I just fell in the water.
I don't know how to swim. I'm scared.
Come here. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
No, I went further in the water. I'm dead.
I don't
Okay,
like
well.
this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this.
I also have the flare gun.
Oh, here. Hey, G, can you grab the winch? I just want to see how
Am
far
I
you can
like
go.
a cube?
Hello, everyone.
Can you grab the winch? I just
I'm
wanna see
not
how
dead.
far I can
I'm
go.
stuck. Is the problem?
I want to see if I can get it to like over
In the
here.
afterlife,
And-
where is Wambat?
Okay.
As far as
Damn it!
see a
It keeps
wombat.
sticking me in the
Can you
cube.
get
Like
to
like
that?
I freeze into a
accidentally
cube.
put it down early.
Nope.
And I grabbed a Wambat.
I can't.
What if I?
Grabbed a Wambat. I grabbed a Wambat.
Do you see me as a block of cube of
Oh,
ice?
you are
Because
a
that's what I
block
said.
of
Oh,
ice.
I showed up for like a second. Oh,
Go.
You are definitely a block of ice. There you go.
There we go.
I can't click fast enough. Apparently.
The problem is we also still need to get
Yeah.
our own tire out from.
It's not
Stop
working.
sliding.
It's not
One trade.
working. Oh,
Okay.
I had it for a second and then it was gone.
You put it in my head. I was from. All right. Pick me up.
I found a 6-pack. I think it fell out of the RV.
All right. Eat me.
It's back in the RV now.
Got it.
Oh, there's this.
Hey.
I see the leopard. No, that's just snow on rocks. Never mind.
Also, I'm about to die if I get hit even just a itty bit.
Wah! Hmm.
Yeah, don't go in there. That was scary as fuck, by the way, falling in that ice cold water.
Getting stuck as an ice cube and not technically being dead is also weird.
Hey, there's a remote.
Where?
So right behind you. Is there a
Okay.
ping? Yeah, there's a ping. Forgot about the ping. All
Do
right.
we need to untouch the winch so you can go fast, or what's the...
We will in a second, but right
Hey,
now
Oh, we do
We're
have
gonna
all of our
use it to
tires.
get
I
some
thought we didn't have our
speed.
tires. Oh, we're missing
the
one of the
ice-
tires.
and I,
Ice really messes up with the...
all right, unwinch. I'm
We
not going
literally
fast
are
at all.
missing
Attached to one of those
tires.
trees. Attached to one of those trees. Two,
you are missing the tire that had the chain on it. It's a problem.
pull, winch
Oh,
pull, winch
God.
pull, winch pull. Let's keep winch pulling.
Winch,
I'm sure nothing will go wrong here.
it's going under... Oh, there it goes.
Nothing.
Okay,
Nothing.
keep winch pulling.
Let's keep
I'm
winch
pulling.
pulling.
I'm pulling.
Nothing's going wrong here. Just keep on pulling.
See?
Let's keep going.
Just keep going, though.
Yep. Maybe if I get closer, it'll work better.
Okay.
Hey, I need the bolt the power drill. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, we have a lot of screws loose on
Just don't
some of our
move.
wheels.
Just don't move. Oh, okay. Got that
Already
one.
on it.
I'll get the others.
Yeah, screws loose, Chi.
Yeah, definitely.
Did I miss one on the front? Which one did I miss? Was it you? Oh, it was that one.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
shoot.
windy again.
Oh,
No, back to
no.
windy.
I'm just sliding along the ground.
It's Schwindy.
It's windy.
All right. Where do we go from here? Like we're at the top of this.
You know what? Let's try the one thing that we haven't tried. Looking at the
it's
damn
that,
map.
isn't it?
I'm
I
already.
can't read the map anyways.
I'm already exhausted.
Giga, look at me.
What?
Giga,
We're gonna want to go to our
Is it-
left.
is it not that over there?
I sure hope not.
Because what's
That
left?
means we'd drive down.
We'd have to ramp that. That doesn't seem too hard. I can get like up to 2 or 3 off that.
Yeah, we'd have to go.
Yeah. Well, it's either that or we go down this hill and there's like a drop. I don't trust the drop. That looks like a really bad drop.
Is this heavy snow here? Nope,
And
it's not deep
ice.
snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to basically go full tilt to.
That's not even the part I'm worried about yet. Oh my god, it's the part after
The
that.
ice. Hey, there's a couple poles and some nitroglycerin. Don't know what that's used
Hey.
for.
Hey, we're gonna make
Boom.
explosives.
Huh.
I don't know. Oh,
Uh.
is that the path out of here?
Do we go like super fast? Is it supposed to be like Nas from like Fast and Furious?
I have no idea.
That would be sick.
Oh, shit!
I just all red.
Get back to explosives.
Fall?
Yes.
Alright, yeah, that's my bad. That's the wind was stronger than I expected.
Is that a way out of here? Question mark?
I think that's how we go down. We have to go off the ramps and jump it like mad people.
Yeah,
Good thing
that's
we're
what
all
we need
crazy.
is to jump right there,
But
and that
I'm
takes us to the gas station.
Corpse at the bottom of that hill now.
Yeah, Red might have died by jumping off of this without seeing where he
Well, I
was
didn't know.
going.
I didn't mean to jump. The wind took me farther than I meant to go.
Looking like Ghost Shock out here.
Oh, I'm dead now too. Okay.
Oh,
Where
fuck.
at? Your turn. Very
Okay.
carefully. Oh, I'm to the right. I'm
Okay.
to the right, Wambat.
I'm
Gee,
toast.
right below you. I'm to the right. Oh
I'm
shit.
still rolling.
Wambat abandoned
Holy
mission. It's windy.
cow.
Abort, abort. I think we can still
Oh,
do
I've
it.
made it back to the
Just
lake
gotta
at the
go-
bottom where the ice is.
Let the
Nice.
wind slowly.
If you can res me there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find your damn name so I can start trying to stab with
Ice.
F.
My actual corpse is a little farther down.
Where is everybody?
Last time it was wherever your name was.
Free
Yeah, but
falling,
if you find my corpse, that will also work. You basically get 2 dead spots.
I'm free falling
And there's
now.
Gigas.
What? My
You
name
go
or
fell
my
the other way.
body?
Your
I see his
name.
name, but I don't see his body.
My body is ages away.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Gee, how about you just take that stuff back to the car?
Okay. I like
Or
explosives.
take it.
All right, just go slow down. I'm to the right, Wambat. If, right under that broken part of the bridge, basically.
Oh, you're all the way down here.
Yeah, I went.
I see you.
Yep.
Soda.
And he said, "Let there be life."
Just go.
Considering we like
We used
didn't
this
even
to get
remember we
back
had
up.
hypos in the first map, we sure used all of them this time around.
Yeah, I know.
Not come up last time.
All right, where's your corpse?
Ooh, the snow's sparkly.
Mine, don't find mine. Mine's at the
Pretty.
very bottom, at the lake where
Turbo
we first
fuel.
met
Oh my
ice.
god, it's right. It's
That's
turbo
fine.
fuel.
There is a goat.
Fuck that goat.
The other question is, how the hell are we ever going to get back to?
I'm gonna try the sitting lift. It looked fun.
Alien Wendigos can't. I'm already dead. They don't go after already dead people.
Oh,
Can we ride,
like
the,
fresh
ride the
meat.
lift?
yeah.
You
I'm
guys
sitting
know
on
that
By
it.
the
the
way.
snow is sparkly?
Nice.
So sparkly.
Sparkly.
Where's the third fucking checkpoint? We have been through hell. Like,
I'm not sure.
or the second checkpoint?
Why am I yawning?
Oh my god, I feel like we've been through it.
Stop old manning.
But
We don't need you yawning
old
yet.
Man.
I
am old
yawn.
man.
Hi, Wambat.
Hi.
I'm a yawner.
You're in front of me, Red.
We're coming, Chi. Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure
I
where we're
do
going.
the-
We might be there in like 8 years.
We'll be there tomorrow, but we're coming.
Not tomorrow.
We don't really have a say in that.
We'll be back to the RV in time for Easter.
Well, that's no fun. Nothing's happening on Easter.
My cheesecake is going to be ready for Easter.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I already
I
ate all
was
the
tasked.
jelly beans.
Huh?
I fucking love jelly beans. I ate them all.
I don't have any Easter candy because I'm on a diet.
I should be on a diet, but then somebody got jelly beans. And I ate 'em
Oh.
all.
I don't know how to put that
So
up
the
there.
local grocery store now makes their own chocolate rabbits, and they're bunnies with cowboy hats on, calling them buckaroos.
Oh, that's cute.
They're already
Cheers.
sold out, but it's funny.
That sounds cute.
I
Mhm.
want to throw a cigarette at you, Wambat.
What? Why?
Get cigarette.
Wait, did you res
You
Red
missed.
and you guys left Giga down there to die?
I
He went-
am at
he-
like
he
the
was
too
bottom
far
of
down
the
there.
world.
Yeah, his corpse went a different
Oh.
direction.
Oh.
His corpse is at a different castle.
Okay. Run. There's a fucking goat here.
You just
Let's
crossed
just
the
say,
line.
when I mess up and die, I mess up and die good.
Good job. Gold star.
Wait a minute.
Thank
There's
you.
some stuff here. If you want to grab it.
I
One of
don't
those.
aim to achieve. I aim to overachieve, and boy, did I do
we
that.
don't need the oil. We probably need the
job,
beer more than the oil
You
right
get
at this
all the
point.
stars.
all this. Oh, I love the fact your closed caption always says I'm Google and not Giga.
Google.
Stupid captions.
I am Google.
No.
Oh.
Don't you look at
Well,
me.
Google won't be happy about that, Giga.
That means Giga's
It's
all
fine.
knowing.
Can you see where that got me? I'm dead.
Hey, look, some.
You get Giga on
Snow
your
things.
Giga.
Uh-oh, I hear another goat.
Yeah.
We should be able to make snow angels. That would be
Oh.
nice.
Oh, this is just a giant ice wall. Okay, it's not this way. I don't. Maybe we could have broken through that ice wall at some point. Not this way.
Maybe up, over here.
Oh, can we get up here? Oh, nice hops.
At least it doesn't giggle. Giggle.
Giggle.
Tee-hee. A tee-hee-hee.
Oh my god.
On my screen, I see Wambat sliding up a hill, holding a pile of beer.
That's pretty.
I
accurate.
mean, that's how it works. You might have to res us, Chi.
I got down.
I don't know
can
where
slide
you
that.
are. So good
I
luck with
died.
that.
No,
Okay.
no. I just slid all the way down
No, you're boned.
Alright.
from the ice.
Where's your name? Hopefully we can get your. Well, damn, how far down you go? Oh, you're not all the way down.
No,
Where-
no.
where your
Luckily, there was some
name
rocks to
is.
catch me.
Oh, the beer.
Yeah, don't forget the beer.
I'm
That's
going
the more
down,
important thing.
down
Beer.
in the nully around.
How the hell do we get up
Sugar,
from
we're
here?
going down.
Well, I mean, throw me
Swinging.
is also good, but
Come on.
okay, I'm coming.
I almost said streaming.
I gotta light him up first.
A lot of God complex, God getting bullet.
I
Hey,
should
you're
just keep
back!
going. Are
Wait,
we
I am
going
You're not
up?
already?
Or just going down? Yeah.
You guys are back.
Gonna
I
put
couldn't
those
get
on the
that
roof.
stuff up there, so I just put it on the
Going
ground.
down.
That's okay.
Also, I put
That's
the
what I'm for.
nitroglycerin in the
You put the
RV.
beer up.
What does nitroglycerin do?
Boom.
I don't know. I'm gonna find out what turbo fuel does here.
When
in a
I was holding
second.
it, it said
No.
I could throw it.
I assume we put it in the engine, right?
Well, you can throw everything.
Detonates.
Kind of
Alright.
want to throw it at a goat. See if it explodes.
That's so valid. All right, you're
There.
in.
So
I'm
won't-
in.
Red Hoodie is
Blow away.
floating above the seat on my
Streaming.
screen and like controlling the
I don't
wheels
like
with
can't.
his toes.
I
That
don't like.
can't be it.
I don't
That's
like-
is it, but it can't be it.
I don't like this.
I believe
Red.
it is a path. If it is the path or
realized
not,
I knew
I
a
don't
song with
know.
nitroglycerin in it and just remembered what it was. Glycerin. Oh wait.
Oh,
See, look, you got this, Red.
Oh man,
There we
look at
go.
you go. Cruising.
If Red can't do
Get
it,
it.
no one can. We've determined Red is
There's
the
a
gamer,
goat over
right?
there. Fuck that goat. Oh yeah, Red's totally.
Where's
the
the goat?
gamer. Behind us.
we're gonna back up, and then we're gonna
We're
put
backing
that
up into
super
the
fuel
goat
in.
right now.
Yeah. Fuck
There
that
he
goat.
is.
All right, gun at the ready.
All right. Okay.
Wait,
shoot
what
him
else
if you
is
feel
over
like.
there? What else is over there? with the
Inner
goat?
tubes.
No, no, not there.
Under the goat.
Under the goat's
Oh,
butt.
the flare gun was empty.
That's not a flare
Well.
gun.
Hey, where's that turbo fuel?
Wimbat had a flare gun.
It's in the
There we go.
cupboard.
Which
Fuck you. Go.
Shoot him again! You missed. Oh, your phone.
No, it only has one shot.
Ah, he's coming
Wimbat
this way. Ah!
She changed her tone
More
really
nitroglycerin.
fast.
Where'd my turbo fuel go?
It's in here.
I put it up with the oil, right in the middle,
Oh, it's right
above
here.
the table.
Above the above the
Nitroglycerin right here.
No.
Is that really-
Oh,
Come
up
at me,
here.
goat, you son of a
Oh, you were
bitch.
looking for that.
Let's go.
I don't think a goat can be a son of a dog.
Here, hey, Wamba,
Why
can you
not?
just can you get in here? Please?
There's
Ah!
certain genetic hard codes, but I mean, we live in the age of
The
ultimate
code is
science.
fine,
so
and I
sure.
am dead. It's slowly sliding.
No, that's not what I said. I said revive. Why'd you push the corpse, Gabe?
You're all rolling down the hill.
It was a valiant try. I threw one of the bottles of nitro.
I wish
Yeah,
this game
no.
had a zoom button like in Minecraft because there's so many times I want to zoom in and I can't for comedic value.
Oh shit! Here's another bottle of
That'd be
nitro.
great.
It's a
Okay,
panic
alright.
song. Valid reaction. Honestly, I'm choosing to believe it's the same RAM, just really out to right.
All
He
right,
just keeps
everyone-
poofing.
get ready for
Yeah,
maybe
bar ram
possibly
you,
crazy
ram.
shit.
Hit it!
Ah!
What the hell? We exploded. Did it hit him or did we?
What happened?
Were we still holding the nitroglycerin?
No, I had the nitroglycerin put up.
All right, new rule: no more nitroglycerin. Maybe no more turbo fuel.
Wait, how? What? I'm so
Oh,
confused.
shit.
Okay, all right, everybody stock up and get in the fucking car.
Oh, we're so far back.
No, we got it.
Yeah,
this
because we
time.
were really
know.
close to the next gas
We know
station.
exactly what we need to do.
Okay,
Well, we're putting the chain on the back tire. We do need to continue to screw all the tires back in.
I have to pee, so I'm gonna hang out right here, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
We got winch pulls. Climb. Oh, no, climb. Climb. Attach to shelf. There we go. Attach these winch pulls to the ceiling.
I just... Okay. What?
I was gonna cook them burgers.
Oh, you're gonna
What
do
does
them now?
Jack Power's power pole do? What do
Do you need
power
help?
poles? What are power poles?
Yeah, I'm halfway hurt.
Oh, weird. All right, hit. There you go.
We've never used a Flipatronic in our life, have we?
A flip. No.
Not a Flipantronic, a Fliptronic. Hey. A cassette.
There we go.
Play.
And one more for good measure. Okay.
Although
There
I
are two
think
burgers
I'm
for
going-
whoever needs it.
A burger? I'll take a burger. A hamburger. I mean,
All right.
I'll take both hamburgers. And, okay, I'm still hurt,
Alright.
but not as bad.
Oh, I don't need a burger. I don't know about you though.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Yep, I'm sitting down.
All right. I put the spare tire on top, so we have two spare tires on the RV.
I'll be back.
Oh wait.
Get it up there. Bro.
Did I actually hit you with it?
I mean, I think you hit the RV and just bounced off, but it was. It looked
I
like it
saw
would
it
have
go
hit me.
in the RV.
Moment through the RV.
Oh, this is fucking vodka the chug.
Yeah, it's.
I'm back.
Looking back.
Chug it in flurgers.
What does it do? Is it like super strength?
Giga sitting
I
like a good
think
boy.
so. We're in park. You're not gonna move us.
There is well, I thought there was, but I guess there's no more burgers left.
Burgers. Oh no, I has broken bones.
All right.
All right. I'm seated.
Oh no. Wait, this is the part where you
Got it.
ran through the lake and we got stuck.
Yeah, but. I
Yep.
got
You
this
just
this
gotta
time.
go fast.
Oh, okay. Well,
You gotta back up quick.
yeah. There's no backing up on this. Once you stop, you stopped.
Because the ice
Oh.
is slippery.
Yeah. All right. It's okay.
Still better than last time, honestly.
Okay,
I
this
like-
is the max that it can go.
Boop do 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 do. Boop boop.
Let's pull it over here a little bit.
No, we've been going through the winch wall. I think they changed it. I think you can just drive through them now.
I was meaning the push is going to give on the off the mountain.
Giga's just sitting in the RV.
Yeah. How you doing?
He looks like such
I
a good
have
boy
not.
just sitting there.
I have returned.
Oh,
Oh,
I totally didn't just give you a smooch while you weren't there.
Smooches, give me smooches.
All right. Unhook
There we
me.
go.
Are we making this up? Making it up this a lot easier this time?
Oh, we got this. You can reset it. And
I'm gonna push him.
Ah.
Push, 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 push.
I like how we only have one chain on the tire.
It's
Or
all
no
I can
chains.
find.
It came off. I think it just came off.
Chain broke.
Yeah, I think
are we
they
supposed to
only
hold
last
on
so
to
long.
it?
I suppose maybe they're timed.
Yeah, maybe they only last for so
Something.
long.
Yeah, they're either timed or maybe
Durability
too.
type thing.
I hear a goat.
Is
Meow.
everybody
hear
in
you.
the
Get away from me,
RV,
Goaty.
or am I alone?
You are alone,
You're
and
by
we are all
yourself.
behind you running.
Oh, word.
This is about right. Red's trying to complete the whole game with us running behind him.
I've wrapped myself in a
Hey.
blanket. I am now a worm.
Cozy. Cozy.
I'm a
Giga.
sucker for blankets. I like blankets. Blankets
God,
are
Red, don't
soft
die.
and fluffy.
I'm in that
All
spot
right.
again.
We got that
Yeah.
goat.
Ah! Fuck you! Son
Do
of a
we need more
bitch.
pins? Do I need to run ahead and grab
Look out for the
pins?
goat!
And then we got pins. First we winch behind us under a tree. I can get back up. No, right, we put a wall there.
I see two
Come at
pins
me,
on
goat.
top. Do I need to put a pin up here somewhere?
Nope. No shit.
You got
First
this,
The
guys.
goat is stuck on the RV right now.
I am a burrito.
I'm gonna go a
I
little
am a
backwards.
Oh, shit.
burrito.
Why is there two goats?
There's always been
Oh,
two
look.
goats.
The goatology.
Well, I got one of the goats, but not both.
And the other one
Oh,
got you.
shit.
Oh, hey, you didn't die.
That hurt.
Congratulations.
Staying far away from the stupid rams because I hate them.
I am just up here on the hill.
I'm behind you.
Ball ram you, you son of a bitch.
Not the slow turn. Oh, he's turning back
Burrito.
around. We're safe. Uh, you're not on the ice anymore.
I know.
Okay. You're very vertical at the moment.
And here
I
we
know.
have Uncle Red on a traditional weekend.
Yes.
Wait a minute. If you'd be oh so kind
If you be so kind.
as to release me.
Did you put it back up? Yeah, okay. Let me sit down. And release.
No, you have
Nope,
to
nope.
unhook it.
No, you have to
unhook it
hit
from the
R.
tree.
I did. I hit R.
Oh, you're
Oh,
on
I
front
bet
or
it,
back.
it's toggled onto the front. There you go.
No, you're still attached to the tree. You have to unattach from the
Oh, I
tree.
know.
Okay.
Damn it, ram.
Oh. Well.
Okay, you're unattached. And I just got
It's a little too
hit by
late
the
now.
fucking
Now
ram
you're right
twice.
back in the same spot.
I'm almost dead. The Rams
Oh,
beat the
no!
shit out of the RV.
Country road, take me home. Farewell.
I'm not getting
Oh,
that tree this time.
Oh.
Guess we're doing this one.
I hate those goats so much.
If only I could just flick the cigarette on them.
They're like more of a
Make
pain
them
in the
run
ass
away.
than the snakes were in the last one.
Or the
Okay,
bears.
Where'd your remote go? Did the goats make you lose your remote?
I thought I picked it back up, put it up.
It was
Oh,
dope.
I grabbed the wheel to hit the brake to make sure it didn't go for a long down. I got to put it up.
Hold on a second.
Where's Chi in them?
We're up here.
Giggling at us.
We're toying with the camera. That's it.
We're up here watching.
All right, can you reverse?
From like what, heaven? You're watching from heaven? Or
I'm so easily amused. It's amazing that I have a college degree. Whoa.
Keep
I
pulling.
mean,
Look at that
Keep
go.
pulling.
yeah.
His
I
smug
guess.
look on his face over there.
Let's keep pulling. We're gonna try to use the momentum. Oh, I went a little. My bad.
Oh!
Okay.
I slid on the ice.
Now
Let me
this
know.
time, fully reset the winch.
Oh, I got what you mean. Okay.
No, I totally thought it would fully reset the winch from the controller before. That's on me.
No, yeah, you can't unhook it from the controller.
Okay. Whoa.
Okay, let me get up.
Oh, I might be a little too high up. We'll be fine. Okay, you guys be ready to grab the front winch probably
Okay.
in case shit
Ready?
doesn't work. All right, go for it.
Oh no, it didn't work!
Ah, no.
Yeah, run that goat over!
I don't.
Oh, that's bullshit. I should have done something.
Yeah.
No, or the other way.
Alright, let's just put a pin up here and pull you up.
He's not done sliding.
No, I'm going back over here. I'm going down the hill. I'm
Why
out.
don't
Oh,
you
no.
slide in the ice, goat?
I'm tired of
'Cause
this.
he's got hooves.
Hooves don't
Oh.
have grip. Last time I remember.
They do. That's how come they can climb the mountains. Ah! Fuck.
I'm just.
I just got jump scared by a
Here's
goat. I don't like
Things
it here.
I didn't think I would hear today.
I don't like it here. Screw you.
Red,
Yes.
you just can't make this. You
Yes.
have to pin it.
Okay.
Yeah, the ice
Hold
is a
on.
jerk.
Let me.
The problem is that everything on top now no longer has a ladder for us to use.
Hold on, my bad. I wouldn't stand in front of
We've
the
got
RV.
this.
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Where are you?
Yeah, it ran over.
I'm just kidding.
Whee!
I've been. Give me the bench.
Why am I not?
It's stuck. There.
Country roads, where'd you go?
Wait a minute. Could you give it a little push? I think I'm just too far. off
Okay,
this
let me bear myself.
Just merging all the songs.
What
That's fine.
make sure it's not too far away.
I don't know. Yeah, this look good. This might be good.
Yeah,
You
it's a
want-
good first spot.
I got to winch.
No more. No more. More.
I'm shoving her as much as I can.
Oh, damn it. Oh, we're just going. We're going.
Winch.
We're going up backwards.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Oh, I'm so close. Stupid ice.
Mm.
Okay, the back winch is winched.
Oh, back when we'll just work with that. All right,
Yeah.
back us.
Then we'll have to connect the front to that
Okay,
tree. over
rear
there.
is good.
Yeah.
And then
here
we'll
we
need
go.
another pin for the top.
Yep. There's another pin on top of the
Oh,
RV.
good. Oh, yeah, okay. Nice.
You guys got this. What's the worst that could happen?
Push the button. Wham
There's a
it.
lot. The button is pushed,
Get it, crunk.
Damn it.
but
According
the
to
lever
all
is full.
What are you doing?
Hey.
Stop driving.
I'm
You're not
reversing.
making it any better.
Totally
Making it
helping.
worse.
I think you might have made it worse. Like way worse.
I'm totally fine. What are you talking about?
Okay, well let's
Pull
see.
the lever, Crunk. But Esmeralda, I've already pulled the lever.
Oh, we're at the pin.
I'll grab the front winch.
Yeah, I stopped us. We stopped.
All right, I already got the remote switched to the front.
Oh no!
To the tree. Almost to the tree. I got it.
Okay, good.
Okay. Release the back one. Or actually, don't release the back one. Just pull
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna
front
pull
one.
the front one first,
Yeah.
and then we'll release the back.
Yeah. Can someone throw me on top of the RV? Because I need that pin that's there.
Oh.
Keep on pulling the front one.
Yep.
All right. While you guys do this, I gotta go close a door real quick.
Okay.
There's no doors on there. What are you talking about?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
You might want to release the back now. There you go.
Oh God!
Oh, hey, how's it going?
I can't.
Okay, now I need to get the pin that's on top of the RV.
I mean, we might be good. I think we're just good.
Wait, I can't get this. I'm attached.
I'm
Don't
leaving.
kill me.
Just go for the ride. Lock them both and drag us.
I hear another goat. It's coming.
Gee, get on.
I'm on.
He missed
Oh,
me.
that goat is not happy.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know. He
no.
almost went through the window at me.
Oh my God, fuck.
I can't get in. I can't get in. Help!
The goat's fucking up your
Just
Somebody
climb
grab her
the
now.
steps. Just climb the steps.
I was
She was
trying.
jumping back and forth.
I was scared. I was scared. If he hits me, I'm gonna die.
Oh shit! I jumped and almost went through the winch.
Sit
Okay.
down, Wambat. Sit down.
Okay. Jeez.
And we're sunk.
Wow.
Oh!
Yeah, why didn't you go like full force, dude?
We're totally sunk.
Oh, there's a leopard behind us too, but I'm gonna just choose to ignore that. Hey,
I can't get out. It's too
I'm
thick.
gonna die. I think I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm
I
dead.
can't. Yeah. Nope. I'm
What?
frozen.
Why you reset? I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
no. Wait,
I'm an
what,
ice
what?
cube.
Oh, wow, I got turned into an ice cube in an instant.
Oh, you are an ice cube. Look at you.
It took half a second. What the hell was that?
Red cubed.
So what did we learn from this, Red?
That we need to not put the chains on instantly?
Huh?
That's
Oh,
one
and-
lesson that could be learned.
Fucking icy level fucking blows monkey dicks. Anything else? I think I got it all.
Insert squeaky recorder version of My Heart Will Go On.
Okay. Keep the chain. Although the chain did help us cross the ice part the first time, the first ice. So
And
that's
I don't think in any world we're gonna one try the ice. I think we just get as far as we can and win shit. I'd rather save the chains for the second ice because that
I'm back.
ice.
sounds good.
Also, silly Red, blowing monkey dicks isn't gonna fix the situation.
You don't know that.
We tried. Nope, never mind. You know what? I don't need to say that one.
Usually I have the phrase, I will try anything at least once, but that does not apply to this situation.
Coward. Anyway.
Wow.
Coward. Wow.
So be it.
Yeah, I'm a coward. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Damn fat L. That sucks.
What's this? Oh, this is the Tom tape. Beep.
All right, Chi, I think you needed a burger.
Yeah, burger.
I at least need one because I'm over half.
Burger. Nom 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 nom.
There. Coward, it's fine. I will accept this
I will accept the
humiliating
cowardice.
title.
Okay.
I will not be doing that.
Second, how about I
It's opening hatch. It won't let me put the chain up here.
Okay, what's your proposition?
What if we just try seeing if we can? Well, no, there's no way we can winch it to the gondolas. You know, we're gonna winch it to the gondolas. There's no way. They're not wood, right?
All right.
Gondolas are metal.
I don't know if we can attach to metal or not. We would have to get to at least here so I could attach a gondola to it.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Did we not grab? We didn't grab the
Well,
scrap.
I'm
about this-
riding the gondola, so farewell.
What about the ski lift?
There's wood on the gondola. Oh, I'm on the ski lift, not the gondolas. My bad.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't think it's gonna count the seat. Though it does look like there's wood at the bottom of the gondolas. Guys,
Well, I'm gone.
Dilla.
yeah, they're just wooden floors, the gondolas.
Don't worry, it comes back down.
Dilla.
Down the line. What?
Down to the.
I am so high up here. Man, short
Hello.
people would probably get a nosebleed.
Heyo.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I think we could technically do that. Just lash our gondola.
We should try it.
Yeah.
Well, we don't
Yeah,
got anything
Just
to
let it
lose.
ride.
We got nothing to lose at this point, right?
Pretty
Basically.
much. I'm trying to
Yeah,
see
we're
how
back
we
at the checkpoint, so it's all good.
How do we get up there? Do I have to
Bad
go around?
Ghiga?
I can go around.
It's always no Giga and bad Giga, nothing good Giga. Considering your lecture to me on the topic.
I mean, can we get ourselves up that hill?
Okay.
Where'd you go?
Oh, hey,
Oh,
there's
we are-
another
we
chain
are
at the
gonna
top of this
fall.
gondola. There's 2 chains at the top of this
Oh.
gondola.
Okay, look, it's been worse.
Well, our
snowball.
wheels are not on the ground, and
Where
It'll
are
be
you guys? Where did
fine.
you go?
Oh, it was a little
trying to go around.
accident. Someone slipped on a banana peel.
I don't see the...
yeah, our RV slipped on the banana peel.
I'm going to throw these
mean,
chains down the hill.
We hooked.
I have
We are
found
hooked.
chains at the top of the gondola.
Nice.
Or the ski lift, not the gondola.
Still don't know where,
Where
you guys
they
are.
go.
The RV disappeared.
Yeah, it despawned. Oh, hey, no, those chains are going to make it all the way down. Nice. Yeah, they actually slid all the way down the mountain.
You think it's gonna fix
Oh.
itself?
Oh.
Uh,
Here's one.
I don't think so.
Yep, and I think another one's down there to the left
Oh, this
from where you
snow's
are,
super
Chief.
deep.
Yeah, I think it's against the rocks on the left-hand side of you.
My left? Over here?
Your left. That's your right.
Oh.
Walk all the way across the snow puddle.
Nailed it.
Keep on going straight.
There you go. Eventually, it righted itself.
To the big rocks, kind of directly across from you. I just see Chi wandering through a snow pit from like a mile away. You keep on walking. Oh, yeah, keep on going straight. Tad a bit more to your left. Yeah.
No, let me put you
And
back
then
up.
to your left a little further, there should be a snow, some chains. Keep on going.
Can you push
Keep on
me?
going.
There we go.
To your right now.
What do we need?
Left,
What do I
right,
need to do?
there.
I think I need a.
Is
this
that the
little
chains?
Pull,
No,
we're
it's
good.
rocks.
You
Some
sure?
leaves.
You're probably right, but
I don't see any.
you sure?
Okay, I don't need a pull now.
It-
Just
Yeah,
need a release.
No, I said push. I didn't. Where are you pulling to?
Get poofed.
I meant
It
push.
poofed.
Sorry.
Yeah, there should have been 2 chains down
Alright.
here, but
Let's.
the amount of physics and the way things ramped.
Yeah. I just found the one like over
Wait,
here
Matt, sit
in
down.
the rocks.
Yeah, no, I thought
You're
it landed.
Santa.
I'm drinking a beer anyways. Hurry
Oh,
up.
Yeah, no. I
Anyone
thought
who's
it
going to go up
landed
the lift,
somewhere around
now's the time to
here.
do so.
Look, it's Giga
What did you?
Claws.
We've got it
Ho
hooked.
ho ho!
Where are you guys?
Look at the gondola.
Oh, there you are. How the hell did you get over there? Wait, you're gonna leave us!
Hurry.
Kill.
Bye. Bye.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I'm in the
loser.
bathroom.
I can't get in!
GG. Okay.
She
how
just
do I
take the
get-
next gondola.
Ah!
Oh my god, she.
Ah!
Hello.
I'm dead.
I'm sitting on the toilet, but I have managed to sit down.
That was so cool for half a second.
Oh wait, I'm not dead. Oh, I didn't die. Okay.
Oh, good.
I thought I was dead.
Okay.
My bar's
oh,
mostly full.
Who was that? I don't even know who that was that time.
Hang in there. We're gonna have to spin.
There we go. Now I'm sitting down.
Totally fine. Totally non-issues.
Oh no, we're stuck.
Oh God!
Good,
There we go.
we're good.
You're
This
on
is
fire.
very.
Giga, turn around and grab the hammer and do what you can.
It's not gonna fix anything.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Two scratch.
There we go. That's all we
Just
got.
slap against the wall.
I see Chi.
Oh God! Okay, I'm dead for real now.
Oh, I guess I didn't see Chi. I thought I saw Chi in the.
Oh,
Oh, there's your corpse.
yes, I'm on the I'm on the ice now.
Do not Giga. Giga, no. Don't. Oh my God. What?
It's fine. We're fine.
Wait, how do I spectate you guys?
Left click, right click.
There we go.
Yeah, she's
This
who
dude
died
fucking
first.
funny.
I forgot.
I'm just standing on the wall.
Hey, are we near the top? I can't really tell.
We're almost there. Of course, there's a fucking goat.
Of course there is. Oh my God, Giga's gonna die next.
What are you doing?
Okay.
I was trying to get a better jump so I could see where.
No, I was talking about Giga.
I'm in the driver's seat
You
now.
might want to release.
Release?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, alright, drive forward. Drive, that's a horn!
I've never drove this thing. I don't know what's. I'm
Oh,
pressing the
good.
gas and we're rolling forward.
That works. That works. Alright.
I will try to
To-
get us
to your
somewhere
left.
flat so that
Oh,
you
shit.
can take over.
Yep. I fell out.
What do you mean you fell out?
I
Oh, Giga's driving.
Hello!
No, I fell out. Oh, we're at this point. Oh. Holy shit!
Oh, I can't drive anymore. Wambat, you are our only hope. This thing is going to go down if you don't attach it. Sweet.
Oh my God. Alright. Hold
Wow,
on.
gamer moves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
stuck
we
in the
can't take
bathroom.
any more damage or we're dead.
That's alright. That's fine.
I'm holding it steady
How do we
here
get
by
Chi
pressing
back?
the gas, but
Hold on.
someone needs to winch
Hold
or
on.
push or something.
Winch.
Oh,
damn it.
nope.
Ice, fuck ice.
True. But
There we go.
But also,
but also.
we need to get up.
Okay, the front winch is good.
Okay.
If
Although
you
we
bring
have
me
the-
a pole,
Yeah.
I've got the back winch all the way up here.
Yep,
Can we put the
working on it?
back winch on the tree? No, that doesn't make sense.
I mean,
You right.
yeah. That's. I got it. I got
Actually,
it.
that does kind of make sense.
Press
It does a little
clutch.
bit, but
Oh,
we
there
already
we
have
go.
the front one already pretty
Yep.
there. So if we released it with the back winch not already set in place, it's gonna.
All
problem.
right.
You should probably try to make. Oh. Well, you still have a panel on. You're good. You still have one panel. You're good.
It's two. All right.
Oh, I only saw one.
Nah.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
there
I
no
can't
rear
tell
view
where.
camera on this
I
thing?
can't even tell where. Nope. Just the mirrors. You don't have. I think before we continue,
going.
we need to do like one little repair.
We don't have anything to any scrap to repair, so it doesn't matter.
That's not. There's more than one way to repair. Hold
You
on.
can put the tires back on.
But yeah, fix the tires and
There.
then
Like, put in
the
fuel.
oil.
Did you unwinch the front? Oh yeah. Okay. Giga, do you just know how to reverse? Because we're just reversing at that point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If we're going to keep on, I
Hold on.
can't see anything.
Shit, I've got nothing to attach
Okay.
to.
Just reverse.
Is it okay?
You're fine. You're totally fine. All right, now chill.
Oh.
Chill.
Okay,
That was not chill.
Oh, man.
We had it, damn it!
When you can't see anything, it
I said
doesn't really
chill.
see.
It's okay.
Well, we know what to do this time. We can
Not
winch
that.
it back to
Not
that thing.
that.
It's gonna work great.
No, it's terrible.
I
Was
say
it
give it a second
terrible?
try. We had no health by the time we got to the top. We're gonna
That's
need health
because we
for,
got caught. We just need to make sure
Well,
we're in
yeah,
a certain direction.
There is no certain direction. That's a tight gap. There's no avoiding that. Look at it. It's just too against the mountain and the pole. That's why we got stuck.
It's gonna rock in a hard
I
place.
was just gonna say that.
Now it's up to you to determine if the rock is a mountain. I guess the pole would be the hard place, but okay, never mind.
Here.
Moving on.
Wait a minute.
Throw
Wait a minute. Just
that
stay up
there.
there.
Pun.
Oh yeah, I saw. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You said it as I was jumping off. Hang on. Where are you? Up there. You go.
My God. Me PTSD. Oh, I'm just on where I'm at. Oh.
I gotta change this. It's putting me asleep.
Ah, there it is.
See, she look out the window. Hi. Oh.
What?
Why is there
that
someone
way.
standing on me?
Who's that? That's crazy.
Where do I put this? Oh, someone has an extra drill in here and said there. Oh, we already have one. We don't need another one. Whatever. I'm just gonna throw this in the stove or the fridge. Here we go. The spare winch is in the fridge.
Okay.
Why would you put it in the fridge?
There was another spot on the Do we need a burgers? A hamburger?
Yes, I need a burger. I'm halfway dead.
That's the grill has been lit up. Was there no chains this time around?
No Christmas songs, bread.
Crazy.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
there's a chain that's up on the wall. Got it.
We're pretty much almost Christmas. Well, I'd say Christmas in
there
July,
were
but
a
it's
couple
Christmas
more
in
chains
April.
at the top of this ski lift. So I'm going to
There we
go.
go.
Chi, do you want to come with me to get some chains?
Okay.
Gee,
I see
would
a
you
beer
like to
bottle.
get a burger
Hello?
One
first?
second. One second.
Spirit, get back here.
Oh.
It-
Oh.
My beer ran into the snow and it's gone.
That
Beer ran.
Beer ran.
was a beer run.
Giga, you're
Burger.
grounded. I don't even know what I said this time. I don't know what I say half the time.
What is saying?
I simply enunciate sometimes. Sometimes
No,
I
we don't have
don't.
any room up here.
Wait,
All right.
How'd you get in
The
the
spare.
chair?
You can just
I can't-
you can just e the
No, I
chair.
don't want to.
Oh.
Yeah, like that.
Fine. Okay, that's not going
I'm
to work.
going
I'll
for a
yeet the
ride.
tire. I'll go put it in the bathroom.
Well, I'll get the chair
Brad,
behind.
what are you doing?
Nothing.
Bye,
Stop
guys.
going.
We're
Don't leave
going
me.
up. We're going up, up.
There we go.
We're going up on a Tuesday.
Oh no, that tree.
I
Can I
think-
hit that tree? Am
You mean I
gonna die?
can't drop it here? I can't drop a tire inside the RV?
Go around.
Bullshit.
Why would I be a go around? Oh, yes, right. State of Decay 3 news was announced today.
What?
Open
State of
beta
Decay
for
3?
State of Decay 3 is not open beta. It is a test alpha closed limited.
There we
So
go.
you can sign up for the alpha. But yeah, so my favorite zombie game of all time is
Oh.
actually not dead.
Nice. That's exciting.
Oh no. We ran out right there.
It's been like
We didn't make it very far this time.
7 years since we've heard anything about it. But it's fine.
God damn it! Why is it already?
I mean, they're called Undead Labs for a reason.
Ironically, not dead.
Still waiting to hear news on Ace Combat 8 after they announced it back in December.
Yeah. So far, so CDK3 is one I have been watching for ages. I'm waiting for Starfield's. The chains are right here, Chi.
I got distracted.
That's understandable.
I got distracted
let's
by
keep
the
going.
air tubes.
Totally.
Oh, I'm gonna
safe
grab
and
my
fine.
Santa Claus hat again.
Totally fine.
There's an elf hat over here.
Totally
I
good.
don't have my reindeer horns anymore.
Totally
Yeah,
fine.
now there's an elf hat here.
Okay, I'll be an elf.
Giga,
Totally
Red, I don't
fine.
think we can go any further.
Yeah, stop.
Wait.
We're good.
Okay, we're on our way back down to y'all.
Oh, cool.
We're gonna
not
sink faster.
doing
We're gonna-
anything. Shh.
Oh,
Don't tell them we're
hit a
gonna
bump.
sink.
Ouch, I'm dead.
What?
I didn't eat a burger before heading down.
Where are you?
There was
Giga?
3
Oh,
burgers
so
there
that's
for
it.
you.
That's why there were extra burgers sitting there. Huh?
Where'd you go, Giga?
I'm under the snow
What snow? Where?
at the
Shit.
bottom,
He's got-
very bottom. I slid
The
all the way
very
down.
bottom?
Stupid
Oh
ice.
my gosh.
Yes. The piles of snow. I am now hidden underneath them.
Oh wait, I see your name. Ow. Wait, why is your name up here?
Ooh.
Your name's right here.
It should be okay now.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can revive at the name. Usually it's the body.
It's not giving me the option, but I'm also holding something. Does that matter?
Oh.
I don't know either.
Usually I'm not the one reviving people. I'm usually the
Ah,
one
no.
getting revived.
It's true. You do die a lot in this game.
It's gonna get it up the hill somewhat.
I die a lot in every game.
Me too. It's okay.
It's kind of my thing.
Same.
Last time before it crashed, that Eternal game, I got my ass handed. It's just one new enemy that just teleports behind you, starts ripping the crap out of you.
It's just stupid at this point.
Nice.
I was having a dumb idea, but
I don't see you, Giga.
What are we
I see
doing?
a tire.
no. Then I realized the gondola was right above us.
like,
But we were
I,
taking
Just
um,
so
gonna
much
yeet us?
unnecessary
Go to
damage
the
to
rocks
attach it at this point.
that I pointed to you to at last time.
What the hell?
What the hell? I just got
I-
yeeted forward.
I got it, I
can't.
got it.
I
I'm
see.
just gonna-
I see
I'm
your
just gonna
feet,
put this
Chi.
down.
I see your feet. Keep walking forward.
Okay.
Walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking.
Oh,
keep
Condula's too
walking,
high up
keep
anyways.
Walking. Keep walking to your left.
Oh, I see your
I'm
hat.
right in front of you now.
How about top of the world, Jack?
Your hat was barely poking out of the snow.
That's fair, but I have no idea where the chain went that I had.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, it is probably buried in all this snow.
Well, we have one.
All right, we're back up to where we were when we were messing with the gondolas.
All right.
That means the
Check-
2 goats are here.
Check this shit.
Oh, it looks like there was a bus
No,
that
the
came
damn
through
rocks.
here.
I booped the rocks. And the snow leopards are back.
And the snow leopards after you.
Oh,
No!
the goats after
No! I fucking got hit by the goat.
Yeah, you guys are losing all your tires.
Well, I see a wombat rolling down the hill at
Oh
Moxie.
God! Jesus! Oh, you landed in the water.
Yeah. That damn goat.
Landed in an ice cube.
I'm gonna have to throw him onto land.
Yeah,
so-
throw me on the land.
Okay, now there's ice. Okay, now can we revive him? There we go.
Go!
There we go.
Swear to God.
I think the leopard followed you because I heard a meow.
I also heard. Yeah.
Meow.
Meow. Meow.
Goat, I'm gonna start calling you racial slurs. I
You're
swear
just
to God.
glitched.
Settle
Don't
down,
get
Red.
canceled, Red. It's not worth it. It's just a goat.
It's just a
Pissing
digital.
me off.
Just a digital piece of crap goat.
You on my side, you're just hovering
I'm zooming.
Yeah.
from your butt
The-
with the chain in your hand.
I swear to goat.
I swear to goat.
Swear
The net
stop
code
it.
on this game definitely
gonna
is a
die.
little wonky at times.
I ran out of.
You don't swear to goat, you swear to me.
I ran out of goat.
No, I don't even know where I'm at. Hello? Hello?
I found Red.
Oh,
Hello?
Hey.
Hello, princess.
Oh no!
Okay, there we go.
Hell.
Oh no!
Did they not? And they knocked the fucking ladder off too.
I was able to
Dude,
just
ow!
bounce myself all the way back up here.
I.
Hey.
You okay, Red? Oh shit.
Ah!
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
No, I'm not okay. It's because it's fucking goat.
Do I look okay? Okay, why? Leave me. I hear a goat. I don't see no goat. He's stuck on a tree. Stay there.
He's
Okay.
on the RV, hitting the RV.
No, I didn't want the tire game. God damn it! I picked up the fucking tire.
Oh goodness.
Oh fuck!
I just flew through it. Mock Jesus.
I mean, that was the case.
We're dead.
As the
goat's
goat
gonna
is
destroy
literally
the
beating
vehicle.
the shit out of
Yeah,
the
the
RV.
RV's about to die if you don't fix something.
At this, I think the only thing I can fix is my sanity.
Right?
Fucking put the tire down! I can't! I'm getting rid of the tire. We don't need it. Spare tires are for losers.
Spare tires are for losers. It's true.
Dude, I just put it up! You fucking go!
Well,
Jeez, he just knocked me off the damn thing again.
Yeah, Matt's getting his ass kicked.
Oh, damn it.
Not even up the ladder
I would
again!
help, but I legitimately am holding a single goat hostage over here because he's stuck in the trees. So
No, no, no!
Fuck you, Flare, with flare gun.
okay, that goat's running away. I have this one hostage up here in the trees, so I think we're good here.
Flare gun works.
You think it's funny just standing there watching?
Yeah.
I thought you were fucking dead! But I used you this whole goddamn time!
What
Remember,
am I
cheese
gonna
is-
do? What am I gonna do? Go over there,
I needed you
get
to
hit
throw
by
me
a
over
goat.
the top of the goddamn thing because I'm getting my ass beat by a goddamn goat!
I'm gonna
Remember,
come,
Cheese job is to supervise.
I'm gonna come over there, get hit by a goat, and die. And then I'm useless anyway.
Damn it, I keep sliding on the ice as I'm trying to fix the fucking tires.
I'm still holding this goat hostage, so
I'm leaving.
Damn thing's not letting me fix it because I'm just sliding into the...
Taking this RV and leaving.
I put a chain on the tire. Does
I
that
don't know if
help?
we needed that at the moment.
No, that's the complete opposite. The one thing we needed to not do was put a chain on a tire.
Oh, shit. Okay, those are good. All the tires are on the other side, I guess.
Oh, damn it, I'm dying. Yeah, there's totally 3 tires on one side.
Shut up.
Somebody unhook me.
Yes.
Which, front or back? Front, I guess.
I
Then.
got it. I'm coming. Maybe. What the
Hang on.
fuck? I'm stuck. Alright, ready?
Just reset.
I enjoy babysitting my goat here.
No, oh
Con.
shit, oh shit, what happened? Alright, hook me back up.
Okay. Oh
Oh shit.
You know, this is really interesting to watch from the sidelines.
I swear to God, I'll come over there.
no! He's making
The
sure
goat's
that
not even
other-
over here.
Park this RV and come over there.
No, there's a goat stuck in the tree over there. If Giga moves, it's gonna come.
Well, ayo.
Not like that!
You don't want that.
Not like that, you degenerate! God damn it! Motherfuckers. It's the worst. No!
Do not come. Do not come. It's too good.
Don't fuck the goats!
Oh, boy.
Wait a minute, did you fix any of these damn tires?
Yes, at first.
I think you have a thing of oil in there as well to fix the engine. I could make this infinitely worse by bringing the goat over there. Or are you all free?
No, you can come.
Where's
you
the
can come this way.
RV? Wait, why is the RV down there?
Look, it is a work in
It's slid.
progress. You decided to watch a fucking goat, okay?
Poor Red's having a time right now.
Do you want me to make this worse by bringing the goat over there?
It'll be
Where's
fine.
the-
Bring the gun over.
Where's the damn blue
Oh,
one
you're
where I
fine.
had another to help get
Yeah,
the
he's
tires
still
on.
he's still
And
stuck
also,
in the
it's
tree.
kind of
You're
fucking
good.
hard,
Yeah, no shit, he's
Red.
still stuck in the chain.
He's still stuck in the
It's also
tree.
kind of
You're
fucking
good.
hard, Red, to fix the tires when I'm like sliding through the ice
I
and
think he's
clipping
good.
through
He's
the
stuck over there.
RV.
All right, do you want me
We're
to
good.
unhook the rear one?
Where are y'all? Oh, shit. Okay.
Unhook.
I'm coming.
Unhook.
Unhooking the rear one.
And then we take the rear one up the hill. Oh, we don't have another winch eye. Winch eye? We have another one on top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sit down. Unsit down. Wait, what? I don't want to go out. What's happening?
I'm grabbing you, fool.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Oh my God.
I'm
Where are
inside
you
now.
going?
Ew,
Oh my God.
Gravity, my dude.
I
Gravity.
got it. Don't worry. I got it like I got the rest of this goddamn road trip. Last time I take you motherfuckers anyway. So yeah. Oh look, I got the goddamn pole.
It keeps hitting you off the top. Hang on. Here we go.
I help.
Gee, I think Uncle Red is grumpy.
You-
Uncle
Smoke-
Red, just take
keep
a
smoking your
cigarette.
cigarette.
Relax, Uncle Red.
It's okay, Unc.
Unc.
Unk me.
Unk.
Swear to God.
Oh fuck! I can't. It's too funny.
All right. You want me to release the winch on the
Not-
front?
Yeah.
Unc gave me cigarettes too.
Yum 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 yum.
Num num num. Dang.
Tobacco.
Smooth.
Sideways.
We can probably unhook the front. Can I flip
Unhook it?
this thing?
Hold on.
There. Woo! Nice.
I had to release both of them.
All
so I
right.
could-
You're unhooked in the front.
I need to put the flipatronic back on the top. Can't put it back at the top.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if somebody,
I don't think we have anything to latch up here, though.
we don't need to latch anything.
Okay, well,
Just-
fine.
I would need to release the back, and then I can just reverse it.
I'm
All right.
doing it right now.
I got you. Released.
And I'm not gonna suddenly blow us up like Ghiga, hopefully.
It was already like there's more death now than
Okay, Rock.
guys hit it.
Damn, gamer, let's go.
He's doing the rest of this game backwards. I don't even care anymore. That was a joke.
okay.
Joke.
I know there's at least one.
Shit!
Run! Oh no!
would've
Stupid
blown us up anyway.
leopard!
They would have blown us up anyway. They would have popped the tires.
Yeah.
Oh, dear
Why
Lord.
do the goats take off like half the fucking health? Over half. Why goats?
They're jerks.
All right, so when we get up there, we will have to have at least one.
I need
feel
a
like,
hamburger.
I feel like we need a better plan on getting up there. I'm gonna lose it with these goats. And that damn icy part.
It sucks because even if we take
Well-
the gondola, it still takes us to the same spot.
Alright, who's up
Yeah.
there?
What if we go the other way?
Oh, that's on me.
There's-
That's on me. I didn't know how much.
Got it.
You mean take the
Can we attach it to the
Got it.
ski lifts?
ski lift? Oh, the ski lift does go higher. Oh,
Yes,
boy.
it's-
Not sure that's a better path, but it is a path.
Well, before we just get settled in, I'm taking it to the goddamn.
You taking a
Huh?
smoke break?
I'm going on the ski. I'm gonna see if I can get it on the ski lift.
Dang. Okay. We're going.
Don't forget to get your burgers so you have health.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing's about to blow up. I'm not worried. I don't worry about that. Let me put it in neutral. Right, and hold on. Just
Right here's where like the first chair kind of hits it.
oh my god, one. If you're not in the RV,
Damn it, the snow's thick. That's the problem.
You can actually just crawl up onto the gondola to the chairs itself.
No, I was there.
You just ripped off one of the ski lift chairs.
Hi, man.
Hi.
We're going for a ride.
Yeah.
I'm on the chair that you're all like.
We're coming,
tied
Ghiga.
to.
We're coming.
Jeez, I'm smoking and running up to y'all.
As you just knock down another ski lift chair,
That's
which is
alright.
concerning. So I wouldn't get too
Oh,
close
We probably
because if
should
you
have
can
attached
rip off the
Oh, yeah, never mind.
yeah, I wouldn't get too close because if you
No,
can
that's
rip
it.
off the chairs,
We're gone.
That's-
We're done. We'll stop.
I'm outrunning y'all now
This
because I'm
tree-
smoking.
This tree might be an issue.
No, it's fine.
Oh, it is fine, actually. Okay.
I had no clue. I had no hope.
I thought for sure
How's it going,
we were gonna
guys?
hit that tree and explode. Yo. Vodka!
I had to run. Dos
got your-
Vidania. I'm
got-
drinking the vodka.
Damn. Okay.
Ow!
I didn't know Wimbat was Russian.
I didn't know getting hit by the bottle after you will hurt you. Are you- did
There's
you
a
just
tree
throw
catchers
your-
around, right?
okay, this is the
I can still throw it up at you. It's close
This is
enough
the top
to
of the
hit you.
run.
Top,
Oh,
top,
shit.
Disconnect,
top, we're at the
disconnect.
top.
Oh shit! I'll be honest. I wasn't paying that much attention. Oh shit. I don't know if it's safe to disconnect. In all honesty, hold on. I'm just gonna attach
you
this to it.
definitely
Ah!
should
Hey, can somebody
have.
grab the remote? Hey, can somebody grab the remote?
Gee, it's gonna be you.
I'm trying.
I fell out of the RV.
I got it. Now what?
Ghiga. The pull. Pull.
Pull.
Shit. Ghiga, where are you?
I'm here.
How did I just
Where's your-
run
where-
up that hill
Where your
like
body
that?
at?
I am at the top.
Shit.
I'm pulling.
I got
I think
this.
I already had that.
We need to disconnect the winch now because it's going
Yeah.
to start pulling us down.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm trying to do a lot.
Good
I'm
luck.
gonna
Well,
get
so much for that.
disconnected.
I am dead. I'm rolling down
No,
the hill.
there. I can't just roll out. Because there's no one there to hit.
At that point, how is it better than it's ever been at that point in one fucking world? We got past the frozen lake. Also,
All that
Oh
effort
God. Okay.
just to be there.
That was scary.
It was actually pretty smooth. I think
Okay.
if we could have just maneuvered it off to the left somehow.
yeah, I realized we should have had a winch at the top, but once I realized that, it was a little too late for that.
'Cause if we maneuvered off to the left, oh, that would
Let's see
have
if I can
put
get
us
down there.
Yeah, it would have just put us there. But we could have attached to the gondola above us and gone, I think, skipped the entire map. Or something.
What is up there?
No, if we took the gondola that's
All the
at
way
the very
across?
top, we would have skipped that one jump that killed us before.
Wait, could we have taken the gondola, the highest gondola, all the way across and went to the
we
far
would've-
side?
We would have gotten to the next checkpoint at that point.
I mean, that might almost be easier at this point because we weren't too bad.
I'm coming, Chi.
All right, I made it down here.
You might see
Oh
me
wow,
coming.
I'm
almost
looking at
dead, but I'm
red
almost
screen as
dead.
he's doing
What?
this. And
What
all
the
that
hell was
flashing.
that?
I'm dead.
Oh my God, that was
What
awesome.
Was that red?
Yeah.
What was that?
He was on the tube. He's
We
used
good,
the
we good.
engine down.
Unidentified
real quick.
flying person.
Yeah, but he didn't make it. He
I made it,
bounced
see?
off.
Nailed it.
Yeah, because I
Damn it.
revived your dumbass.
Look, and we didn't even use one of our hooks yet. Go. Where's that our best play yet? Alright, everyone on. Time for the next part.
Wait, should we repair first while we're stuck here?
No.
At least get the roof back on.
Where's Ghiga?
Ghiga died somewhere else. Oh,
Yeah, I'm buried in a pile of snow.
Oh no.
Just let my body rest.
Giga cube.
Under the sea.
We still have to do the most annoying part, though. The goats.
Hold on. No, I got this time.
Okay.
I'm in gear 3.
There's a
push it.
threshold to this game where you feel like you're getting
Come
good, but you
on!
progressively get
No!
worse.
Every fucking time.
I don't think there's a world where you can actually drive up there unless you have chains on all 4 tires at that point.
What?
Chi,
What?
throw me.
No goats? Oh, there's the goats.
Where
They're
am
up
I
on the hill.
throwing you?
Don't
On
put
top
top?
of the
any
thing. On top.
winches on the trees behind you.
Okay, well, I'm sliding, so. Oh.
And just up. Yeet me up. I'll do the rest. Okay, now don't get too close to those goats. Alright, there's one. Don't let that slide down. Or do.
Wait, there's a pin right here on the ground. You know?
Yeah, I know, I threw it off. I said don't let it slide down.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the RV.
No. Oh my god. Hey.
Oh, the
where's
RV, the
your
RV.
Anyway.
Get in there, damn it.
I would have left it. I was
It was sliding.
Yeah, I know. I'm accepting fate.
I can't even get in it right now.
Red just gives up. Red has
I've
0
tried.
fucks
There we
left.
I've tried trying. Got tired of that shit. Alright.
Alright, I'm on standby to unhook.
Hold on.
Or to hook, whichever.
Whichever one this is. If you want to, like, go forward a little, I'll probably be fine.
Head to toe, so play.
Yeah.
Speaking of the RV sliding, right?
And, you know, I'm going to lock it. Okay, no more gas, no more gas, no more gas. Get Chuck. Alright, next.
I'm going.
You're going to want to smoke a cigarette if you're going to try that.
I wasn't trying to, I just slid it off and fell. There you go.
This game needs more cigarettes.
More smoking.
It's just like, it's just trying to turn around. Shake that
Let me
thing.
know when
Where you wanna
unhook this
shake
one.
That thing. Not for a minute. We're gonna want to get it to this tree first. Is it not releasing that? It should be letting up on that hook, right? Oh, there it goes. Okay, I just really wanted to shake that thing. Alright.
You good?
Alright. Yep. Come attach it to the next one. So, there you go. No, oh my
We're gonna
god.
flip.
No,
No.
you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. It'll right itself in a second. Just don't give up.
I'm-
Just going sideways.
Don't give a.
Don't give up. Hey.
Alright. Reset the back winch.
Now?
Yeah. Totally fine. Real quick, before we do anything, you stay right where you are. Way back.
Definitely leave that in first.
Yep.
I have the parking.
I know what's
gauge, so
coming
just let me
after
know when you
this.
start.
I'm doing it now.
Oh.
Okay, okay. Guess that just makes it cool.
Double.
And all right, you got it in one. Drive.
Yeah.
All right, careful. Go left. Keep going left. Going left.
Now, should we have the thing out for the
Oh God.
leopard?
Got
Ah!
one. Got it. All right, you can stop.
Okay, it's all yours.
Do,
You're the better driver.
Huh? Sorry, we just got back to this point. I just needed to just
What's all that
just
stuff
take
over
that
there?
in.
And we're gonna need it to go full bore.
It's a bunch of scrap.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Lots of scrap. Lots of scrap. It's good.
Yeah, it makes. Wasn't there stuff at the top of this? Was there?
I don't remember.
There's some wood over here.
Oh yeah, there's
I
wood.
don't know. Giga found it. He probably
Because I think if you really wanted
I
to,
know
you
we
could
do.
probably put wood down. But
some winch poles. I have no idea what I do with the wood here. Here,
Do we have any chains? I think there was a chain on that mountain
winch
top.
pole. I say there's winch poles, unless you mean up top.
Yeah, if you keep on going, so you have the wood. Nope, winch poles only. I thought there was a chain up here somewhere, but I seem to be wrong.
Maybe at one point was. Wait.
Oh, look, 2 more goats. I think the game keeps on adding goats the longer we take to finish this.
I don't think that's true, but I'd be very upset. Oh, hello. Cosmetics and other cool stuff that I'm not
why
going
does
for.
this ladder suck ass?
That is the question.
Oh, we're all short. It's like we need a step ladder for the
No,
ladder.
it's like you get up to the top and it like shoots you off into space. Why does it do that? It's like that. What? That's ladders.
You just
don't
gotta
do
look
that.
down. Just gotta look down.
No, it's dumb. What's
It's because the uncle had to give him propel himself up the.
Oh, I don't want to be up here right now.
You're good. I'm trying a different approach this time.
Make sure you go fast so you don't get stuck in the ice.
Just
Or we just winch it to each tree on each island.
hold on.
There's a flare gun over
Mirrors.
there.
No. Okay, I'm just gonna have to.
I do
eyeball
see
it.
that. I'm gonna.
Oh, the flare. Wait, is the flare gun behind us?
There's a flare gun right
It's
in
on
front
the
of us.
island in the
Oh,
water.
it's in front of us. I was gonna say because I yeeted the used one behind us. I was just like, no more of that. All right.
Now we've got one more goat we can save ourselves from. Or leopard.
There's some chains in the water.
Oh,
Come
go!
on.
You're right there. We need.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's wedge I guess we can do that.
Nope, don't.
I don't know how
step
we're
in
gonna
the
make
water.
it all the way over.
I'm
I think you have to go this way and then across.
trying a
Ow.
lot of things.
Ah!
All right.
Ah!
There's
Okay.
burger and vodka here.
All right. You know, I don't know if we're gonna make it to that island with the speed. If somebody could just pre-grab the front witch and get ready to attach it in front of us.
To the trees? Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if you'll reach
I
it.
just got a problem with the wind.
Yeah. Wait. Come on, we're gonna net. Come on. 2 feet. 2 feet. Come on.
You
one,
got
two, one,
this.
two.
Hey, let me take a drag. Maybe I'll be able to move a little faster. It's working. Slowly, it's working.
Try jumping. There you go.
Carries him further off in the wind like a kite.
Whoosh! He's on a string and everything.
Okay, we're gonna have to. Can I nail it to this one? There we go.
All right, cool. Oh, there's nobody to pull it. It's just me in here. All right.
Oh.
Uh,
Can I reach it from out here?
You
Oh,
got
no!
it.
Oh, no!
Yeah, I wouldn't
I slid!
follow the RV.
I didn't. I slid.
Oh, that's not good for me. Ugh, I don't want to be in here.
You can't get out. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I know, game. It's
we go.
submerged underwater.
Oh no, not wind. I can't move. Where are you, Chi? I can't even see you.
I'm not in there anymore. I'm behind you.
Oh, okay.
What's that red thing
Here's a
sticking
burger
out of
pack.
there?
That is the flare gun.
Oh. Pff. Okay.
Okie. Where's my helpers? Somebody on a winch me.
Okay. Ah, don't run me
turn-
over.
Alright, turn left. Turn left. Turn left.
Raw burgers
Wanna try
on the
this?
ground.
They can go over these rocks.
Yeah. Totes. Oh.
I'm counting that. That is a big W as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, your one tire is not on the ground.
That sucks. Oh, here we are.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? Stupid wind.
Alright, I'm trying to back up so I can get a running start. Tell me if I'm gonna like go off or something.
Okay, stop.
Stop. Oh, okay, not as much as I thought.
Well, I
Okay.
can't see the other side. Hold on, let me look.
Alright,
You can
I'm
go,
going
you
for
can go
the
a little bit more. You can go a little bit more.
I'm going for the trees dead ahead of us. I want to try grabbing pre-winch again just in case, because I don't think I'll have enough speed to do a lot here.
The trees right
Gee,
in front
come
of us.
come grab a burger too.
Yep. Alright.
At least halfway dead.
Oh, wait a minute, where are you?
Do I need
I
a?
can't
Do you need a
reach.
push?
I can't reach.
What? Yeah, I know. You're not going to be able to. Wait a minute, if you can
You
be
need
on
to
winch
push?
controls. No, if you can just be on winch controls.
Oh, okay.
Because we might need to do it fast. Alright.
All right.
Did it.
Yeah! Oh, shit. Alright, stop pulling, stop pulling. Release, release, release.
Released.
Okay, cool. I just didn't want to, like, get stuck and, like, flip backwards. Alright, fully reset it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We did it.
We did that part, and now we're back here.
I just
Now
got
we're
run
back-
over.
Now we're back to this
Red just
part.
ran me down. Where you going, Red?
Setting up for the next part.
No, I was just seeing if I could run into this ice wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Why?
It was a theory I had. I just wanted
Oh
to test
shit.
it.
Did you grab that flare gun?
I don't think
She
we'll have to
at the lake.
No.
the-
It was in the water. I wasn't gonna grab it.
It was sticking up out of the water. Let's see if I
I
can
know,
go
but
back and
the
grab
ice,
it.
if you got even
we've
close
got
to the
two-
hole, you're gonna slide into the water.
Well, bad. I swear
Well,
I
we're
will
gonna
leave
try.
your ass for if you're going for a damn flare gun.
Well, there's two goats coming over there.
They're way over there. It's fine.
Those
We're not going
goats
that way.
that can't even smell us because of how far we are.
We're not even going over there.
I don't trust them.
We're going this way.
They're looking at me funny.
They're looking at me funny.
I'm trying. If the wind would stop,
Hi.
I might be able to grab it.
What? Oh, you're dancing. Look at you go.
I know. I'm trying to get.
Look at you dancing.
Come on, wind.
Oh.
Nope. Nope. I'm fighting the wind of not going into while trying to get close enough.
Oh, he actually did rock that time instead of scissors.
Yeah, you could choose rock, paper, or scissors and stuff.
Oh, you can choose. Oh.
Scissors, paper.
How long is this wind gonna
rock.
go?
It stops in a second. See?
Damn.
Wow.
Nah, get out of here, you goddamn witch. I don't fucking know.
Oh, witch!
You know, I can't help but notice there's 4 of us, kinda, and only one bad.
I am simply the voice of wisdom. Go jump off a cliff.
Okay.
Okay. I can't. I'm stuck.
No, thank you.
Chino, the voice of wisdom's dead for a reason.
The wind!
You want to do jump?
I do kind of.
All right, I have the flare gun ready.
Just want to see what happens.
What are we doing, Red?
We're going all the way over here, away from the goats that you're afraid of.
All right, come on.
Ready? I'm scared.
You should be. This part's terrifying.
I'll just smoke. We'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear Lord. Oh no. Oh my God. Nice job, Red.
Alright, now we don't know where we're going.
Yeah, we're not done.
And to the left. We're not out of the woods yet.
Ah, shit. I lost my momentum. Hold on.
And I think we have to jump that, don't we?
Yeah.
We totally do. But I
You're
lost my
almost
momentum.
there.
Jump. You can fly.
Fly!
No, okay.
You can fly,
Red
you
Bull
can
gives
fly,
you
can
wings.
fly.
Oh, Red definitely will give us wings. It doesn't have to be a bull.
No, we're not going fast enough yet. Hold on.
Maybe we need that turbo fuel.
On what? On what, you fucking game? Guys, I think we're fucked.
This is where we used the turbo fuel last time and then we blew up.
Is that because of the turbo fuel or the nitro?
We don't know.
Nah, we don't
Yeah.
know.
We don't have any nitro on us, thank goodness.
Fucking go. You were not
hit the-
helping.
We have no
Mother-
armor, so he's hitting us.
He's hitting us because he's a dick.
He is a dick.
I don't know if we'll
He's a
survive this.
dick
Just
with
go.
horns. Yeah! Woo! No!
I think we would have made it if the goats didn't hit us.
Okay.
Alright, well,
Yeah, how far are we going?
I think
nowhere.
if
We haven't gotten far at all.
I think if we do the sitting gondola to the multi-person gondola at the top of the hill and just ride across, we can get it.
Okay,
Are
let's
we
do it.
attempting that this evening, or are we
No
going to
time. We can get it.
wrap
No,
it?
we can get it. No time flat. Giga, you run to the top, and you place down a thing, a pike. Just go run right now. Just
Okay.
get a head
I'll
start,
get a pike.
or whatever it's called. It's not called a pike, but I don't remember the name right now.
A pin,
A pin.
a
that's
winch
the-
pin pole?
A pin thing.
a winch pole.
Wait back. Give me that.
It's like
There you go.
winch poles. We need to fight over the winch pole.
Dumped it in the snow.
Okay.
Well, you hadn't put them up yet. We still had to put them up
Country
first.
road, take me home. Okay. Final attempt of the evening.
This is it. This plan is gonna work.
Yeah, final attempt of the evening.
It's a red with a plan. It's a red on a
is.
mission.
Red's had a lot of plans.
Dude, look, this game's a lot. Okay.
There really is a lot.
This is like 3 times the difficulty of the first map.
So
I
much harder.
agree. I agree. This map is kind of
So
some
much
bullshit. This map is some bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. Bullshit.
Oh, dude, my tracking broke. I don't even care anymore. I'm beating this. I
Don't
I'm
give a
not
shit.
stopping
It's over
for
with.
any
I'm
amount
sure.
of time.
I forgot to charge my phone, so I'm sure. I mean, I have the phone plugged in to slow it down.
The phone's at least a year worries, I think.
You should be worried about me. I'm gonna lose it.
Red's gonna come all the way to my house and beat me because the fact we.
We ain't got no time to cook shit where I'm at.
Yeah, I
No
don't
burgers
need that.
for
We're
you.
fine.
Okay, fine. Hang on. We'll just cook it as we go.
So where are we going? We're going to the ski lift?
We're going to the ski lift.
Okay, that was not a good idea.
I assume you got a winch down.
I'm almost to the top.
That's all right. You have a head start.
Okay, I am now at the top. Okay, let's see. The best place to put a winch would probably be here to get us on something semi-flat.
Wayman, I don't know how to tell you this, but like,
You're gonna want to sit down.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm already
no.
done.
we're good.
Go red.
I like how the
We didn't need that one.
oh, let's see if it goes. There
Yeah?
it goes.
Giga? What
Yes.
are you doing?
What do you mean?
You're shitting in the snow.
You're
What?
shitting in the snow?
You're sitting
What?
in the snow.
Oh, sitting. I heard shitting in the snow.
You
I'm-
might have
Hey,
been
hey, Devious
shitting.
Flame, welcome.
You might have been
I'm
shitting
way
in
up.
the snow.
Sorry about that. We're trying to get through this, so we're
I'm
just
way up
losing our
here
shit.
Oh,
at the
you're up at the
top.
top. Oh, that's so funny. The game glitched
Okay, hang
out.
on.
It's way past Cheese bedtime, and she's just
Yeah.
diluting
No,
stuff
it
now.
was there. I'll send you a clip.
Uh-huh.
I have evidence
Uh-huh.
on stream.
Okay. Okay. Don't worry, chat. She's
Oh, you're playing
fine.
Potokia. But I can't even.
Potokia.
Blah.
Pokapia?
Yeah, Pokopia. There you go.
Poketok. It's like Pocahontas, but Pokemon.
Gee, I can't see it. How's it looking?
We're gonna hit the top.
How is the game, by the way? I barely touched it myself.
Giga, we're gonna need you to do the thing.
Topopia. Yeah.
Oh, did you write out the back one?
Pokokia.
It's
whatever
better
it's
than
called.
nothing.
That works. That works to me.
Okay, the back one is... We can release the front one. Front one needs to go. Okay.
All right.
Winch
We're going to
the-
whip it around. Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
We're good. We're good. I had to react fast. Yeah, I had to get up out of my seat, release the thing, switch the controls,
I'm scared.
and these two sitting on their ass.
I don't know what you want me to do. You tell me, David.
Listen, she's just here for the ride.
You have to specifically
Well, the ride's
tell
going
me
to get a
do
lot
something.
worse. The ride's going
Telling
to
the
get a lot
supervisor
worse.
Tell the supervisor to do something.
Okay, that works, I guess. All right.
Okay.
Well, like
Now the
Animal
question
Crossing,
is
something to do. Yeah, no. I've seen
We just-
other people's playthrough of it. It's very
how
Sorry,
far
I'm
can
interrupting you.
this go?
I'm gonna put that on real quick. Oh, that's not the right button.
Oh.
God.
Oh dear Lord.
We're good.
What are we doing?
We're good. Sorry. Okay.
Did we make it?
We're good. Totally
Are we
fine.
alive?
I think we're gonna. Do we have to yeet you, or can you make that?
I don't have enough winch.
Yeah, I can't really give you any more. I think if we threw you up.
Do we
from, like,
have another pin? We do have 2 more pins, so we may pin it and pull
I
the
think we
truck
just-
up
We
here.
can just throw you up from like right around here.
I don't think I'm going to even fly half as close enough, and I'm going to die when I land.
Well,
Yeah.
What's what like the million revives are for?
You mean the 7?
Yeah. I was gonna say same number.
A million, 7, same
yeah,
number.
no, we aren't reaching. We aren't reaching the gondolas from here.
All right.
Right,
Hold on. I'm thinking brain.
we'll have to
The
pin
the first
ourselves up
map was
higher.
good, and it's hard. Pain in the ass.
And then
I think Red might need therapy.
release the back one.
All
Reset the back one.
Release the hounds.
right, back one's released. I better sit down.
Can you work with that? Is that better? Gee, you might need to like throw Giga up or something.
Oh, this
Can't
is a
even see
lot,
Ghiga right
a
now.
lot better. We'll see if it's close
Hang on, let me
enough,
see if I
though.
can smoke it. Oh, come on. I gotta somehow get over there.
I can't even see
There we go.
Giga right now. Where is he?
I'm up
Follow
top
the
near the
trail.
gondola.
Where's Chi?
Let me see if this is close enough to allow me to stick it or not.
I honestly don't see you at all, Giga.
I don't
Sorry.
either.
Sorry.
It's like you're
Sorry.
invisible.
Yeah, no, we're not close enough. Should we still pin it? And
Yeah, we'll just do a 1-2 then. Fine. I was trying
Yeah.
to avoid it.
I don't even
Yeah.
see you, Giga, to help you throw you or anything.
It's fine.
It's fine.
What do you mean?
I'm just walking around all of you.
Yeah,
Dude.
like in our games, you're not here. We
Oh,
see
it's-
multiple clips. Oh, I see the winch cable moving all of.
Yeah.
I am on the other end of the winch cable.
It's weird. You sure?
Did you put down the
I mean-
doodad?
You sure? If I don't just
Oh, there
like,
it is. Red had to pick you up.
hold on. This is happening, just so you know.
This is
Did you
gonna
not
be
put the
death,
winch pin
and
in?
I will be at the bottom.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh
here's where I
my
die.
God.
No, I did catch you. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. You're up. You're up.
We better get on.
Everybody get in the RV.
The problem is it's actually going the wrong direction, so it's going
That's
to
okay.
wrap the whole thing around before it ever.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Well, I guess we better get in the vehicle.
Oh. You get in
All right.
there.
Good. You're good. You're good. Everybody in. Everybody in.
Okay,
Cheat.
good.
Gotcha. Oh shit! It made me fall off. Thank you, Giga.
Is it gonna wrap?
Okay, well, I think.
Oh.
Oh, I jumped all the way through.
Also, for me, you're
The good news, it actually didn't
It
tangle up,
didn't.
so we just need to sit down.
Everybody
Everyone
sit down. Who's not in?
It was
Chi?
funny. I'm in.
Oh, wait back.
I just
wait a
need to
minute.
get in the chair. Let me
Sit-
sit down somewhere. Thank you.
It was funny, Giga, when you went flying through the RV. You were like still stuck in a sitting position from when you died.
That's
That's
fair.
too
So
great.
you're just like flying through the air, sitting down.
Okay.
Where is it? I don't even see the gondola piece.
All right.
There.
It's above
There we
us.
go.
Dang, this is kind of cool.
We have not
We're
done
done it.
anything dumber. We have never done anything dumber. Okay.
Are
But
we going
it's
down?
actually working.
No, you're just sitting.
Why is this the easiest way to play the game?
We're doing the game. All right.
Now we're in a-
hey,
Now we're in a comfy, cozy cruise.
if you get while you guys are sitting there, you want to like strap on the armor because I don't have an end plan for this yet. It's just we're kind of winging it still. Yeah, it's the I don't.
Ouch.
You know what?
Ouch.
Actually,
Ouch.
okay,
Damn
okay,
it. I'm trying. I'm
Hold
trying.
on, hold on.
Here's
Hold on.
Kelly.
Kidding you.
Giga.
hold on.
Ouch.
Just don't look down.
You're
Whatever
stuck
you
right
do.
there. I don't know what to do, Giga.
No one look down.
I'm
No
just
one.
gonna, if I go
Just back.
straight, I'm gonna beat Chi. If
Just-
I look anywhere else, I'm gonna hit Giga.
I mean, can you look to your left where there's a big hole?
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Okay, just put
Looking
it
to my
down.
left
Just
still
put it
beats
down.
Giga. No! Did you die? Did I beat you to death?
No.
No, he fell
but,
out.
Why would you
Yep.
stand?
This is a pretty cool view, though, from down here watching the whole thing just kind of
Ow!
coasting across the
There we
sky.
go.
You can now fix it.
Oh,
Just so I
shit.
can start building, repairing
Oh,
something.
I don't know. That was the best. No, I can't. No, stop. I can't see when we got to detach. I didn't plan that far ahead.
Oh yeah.
don't know
so
how
you
we're
can't
gonna
see
attach-
anything now.
You can't see anything.
Oh, I can't see
I opened
anything
the
now.
Wham,
No, we're
you're going to have to see when they're over the ground because so far you are not.
Also, why is there smoke coming out from underneath the Red's ass?
When I get a little scared, I get a little gassy.
You must have had like chilies and stuff because that's why it's smoky.
It's smoky. Oh god.
That mango habanero really.
If you guys look to your down, you'll see our pain and suffering for the past 2 hours.
Right?
It says there's a clutch, apparently a hatch in front of me I can close, but I don't know what hatch, and I ain't pressing any goddamn button.
It's the one on the roof.
Oh, that is a hatch, huh?
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
still
it's a
not pressing
window
it.
at this moment.
I ain't pressing any buttons.
I
don't know.
Great.
Just poor Wham. Or not,
Oh, we're coming up to it, Red.
Oh, there's Storm now.
We're good.
Oh
we're
no,
fine.
Windy!
I'm good. Totally fine.
You know, with everything it does to us, you think it would.
Holy. I'm in tears.
Are we same? I have been for like an hour now.
Like
And
half
actually,
an hour
Red,
ago, I
probably
was
what
gonna
we need to
blow
do
stuff up. But
once we
now
get
I'm
close, probably what we need to do is lower the
Yeah,
winch.
Which one's oh.
I mean, eventually we're gonna be able to see the ground, right? So we'll be fine.
Yeah,
I think
we're
there's a
getting
hill
close.
it's gonna drag us on first. And I'm gonna try to get dragged onto that hill considering our wheels are to it. And then we'll work from there.
All right, we're coming up to it, Red.
Yes.
I think the bus will be hitting any moment now.
Yeah,
There you go.
We're touching the wall now.
Yeah.
Just let it continue to drag you up the hill,
yeah,
though.
Yeah. It looked like it had a little bit of time for us to make till it made this circle. I think. Can't really
Yeah,
tell
looks
from
like
this
it
seat.
does.
How's it look?
No, we need it unlocked right now.
All right, hold on.
All right, release this.
Whoa.
Well, we need to
Holy
get in the
shit.
driver's seat.
Whoa. Holy fuck, yeah. Oh my god. I get up. Shit.
All right, I guys moved to a tree.
Okay,
Oh,
I
you
was
moved
yeah,
to the
I
tree.
was
Good.
I was not ready to start driving. That was not the way.
We were at the turnaround point for the gondola.
Why has this been the easiest way to navigate this map?
That's the way.
Except where do we go now?
How's the map going, Friday? It's been a pain in the ass. We
Down.
just hooked the RV to the.
We're after down is my question. We were there, and the track looks like it went around this way.
There's a path
Wait.
kind of over
Well,
here.
where we're supposed to be is right here, down here, and move across. There's the jump that we need to do,
Oh, hold on.
and then it goes back around this way. Wind.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah. We go this way.
Let's see,
Okay,
there's
we
like a
just go
path
over
here. Yeah.
There. If we could just fit through there, slide down the hill nice and slow over here, I think we're set.
Okay. Well, then I'll just come back.
Right. Question is, how the fuck do we get there?
No clue. This wind is some bullshit.
I don't know, but we probably should repair it a little bit more now.
Oh yeah. That's not gonna change anything. And actually, if you could get my mirrors, that'd be a
I'll
good
do
one.
mirrors first.
That'd be a really nice one, actually. Okay, that mirror sucks. If you can get the other mirror. Oh no, it just didn't load. It just took a second. That mirror sucks big pee-pee. Alright.
Let me know when you want me to unhook the winch. You're like up against the tree
Okay.
right now, basically.
And
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
all right, and I got the ladder back up. Where the hell are we going?
I'm he's trying to turn around, I think.
Very carefully without bashing into any fucking trees or going off a cliff. Turn
Yeah, that would be nice.
ourselves around. Okay, I'm a bit more in the trees than I thought I was. I didn't notice.
Yeah,
this big-ass tree.
you're swinging. You're kind of stuck on a tree. There you go.
Okay.
Your wheels
Hold
are
on.
off.
Hold on.
There you go. Do you want me to hook the front winch instead of something?
Yeah, hold on.
So we can unhook
Okay.
the back? Oh, you got this. You got this.
Oh my god!
Wait.
Slow down.
You're
Yeah.
attached to this tree still.
I just needed to get out of the way. He's trying to get out of the way.
You're not attached to the tree anymore.
Alright. You guys want to come on in. The mirrors
Alright.
kind of helped.
The wind is keeping me from being able to jump in.
Oh, I thought you were in.
There we go. All right, I'm in.
Just go over here.
All right. Very carefully.
Very
Why? Oh,
fucking...
still, that's amazing that this is the easiest way to approach the situation.
Oh, I hate. No, down. This is. Oh my God, we did it.
Oh,
Assuming we're going the
I'm
right
just
way.
looking up
we
at
looked
the
the map.
sky.
Watch me like skip
The
the
path
checkpoint.
looked like this way, so.
Oh
Oh!
my god, it's a checkpoint! Hell
Hey,
yeah!
let's go!
Can you all bring me back to life?
Yes. Oh no, my game froze.
Wake me up inside.
Yeah, checkpoint 3. That actually is the next checkpoint.
My game
Yes.
froze again.
Yeah.
Oh, cheese game froze just as we wrapped it.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, hey, I'm back, y'all.
Yeah.
That was wild. That was actually easier. Doing the harder thing was easier.
I'm upset about it.
It should be.
Maybe this was the way they intended all along. They're like, well, we'll give them an alternative path if they hate themselves.
Eat it.
But-
You're gonna do that.
But
I don't know
with
what's
that,
next. I don't want to know what's next.
Yeah, that's a later
I'll take a look.
day problem.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the map. The map looks so bad now because there's just a straight line through the fucking gondola.
Where we just kind of cheated out the map.
We just find another gondola and we go from gondola.
Oh, where are you guys?
I don't know. I can't get out of this damn thing.
Oh yeah, that's how we were supposed to do that. 100%. Yep.
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 Oh,
As the bird flies, they say.
Hey, it won't even let me open my
Okay,
task
I mean, we're just-
manager. What the heck?
what the heck is?
And we're just going down the
Perfect.
way. Then we're gonna right. No, right is just off the cliff, so it's a left.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to call it a night myself.
Yeah, it looks
Thank
like
you
we
for
just
all
stay
the
down a
fun, y'all.
canyon.
What time is it?
It's
I don't want to do anything in the next half an
It's-
hour.
Yeah, half an hour past our usual time.
I
And
still
let me
can't-
get down over there, and then I will.
I can't
We'll start
open
doing our
anything
usuals.
because the game is fucking all my shit up.
No.
Literally
Oh, so
can't
it's
open
like me
anything.
on Wednesday with Eternal, except it also killed my router and
There it
everything
goes.
else.
It finally died. Okay. The game finally disappeared.
So, Giga, you did this last time. Can I just quit the main menu and it should be fine?
You're the host, right? So I think if you do that, it'll kick us all out.
Yeah.
I think he's worried about saving.
It's more the save part.
Since it got the checkpoint, it should have saved it.
Where's my Fugies? Have my Fugies been gone this entire time?
I know.
I don't know. Let me take a look.
I think they've been gone.
No,
this
your
entire time.
Fugi's fine on my side.
No, I just put it on.
No, I mean like your Fugi with the hat and everything. It's been there. the
No,
whole
no,
time
no,
for me,
no.
at
On
least.
my stream. I think they've been
Oh,
gone. I think they've been
I don't
gone.
care about your stream.
Damn.
I'm kidding. Alrighty. Well, I'm in this spot. I'm gonna drop out then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hope everything's okay, and if it's not okay, I'm never playing this game again.
It said checkpoint, so I'm sure.
All right. They can keep talking. All right, we're gonna find someone to raid. I am so very tired. Let's see. Who do I want to raid? Hmm. Maybe we'll go see Smog again because he's still doing a subathon. Smog is still doing.
Yeah, let me turn.
Smog is still doing a subathon. If you guys want to go there for raid,
I took
Okay,
my guys to
if
dumps.
you
I got
can-
smog like yesterday.
I got him a couple days ago too, but he's still doing.
I haven't done it at all. Send it over to me so I can spell the name right.
Okay.
This is a son of a bitch name.
Hey, man, I just want to make sure I do it right. Last time I sent it to Red Hoodie with a single E.
Dude,
That's
that
true,
single
that
E
happens.
gets so many people. It's really funny.
I put it in the
Well,
friend chat.
It's in the friend
apparently
chat.
only 0.3% of people have reached the checkpoint we reached. 0.7% of people have reached the second checkpoint, which means there's a drop off of 0.4% of people between the second and third checkpoint, and probably for damn good reason.
Right?
'Cause
All right,
that
everyone.
shit was booty.
Alright, I'm gonna do my sign off. Wait.
Oh, I'm gonna end the collaboration. You're all gonna have your own chats.
I will talk to you.
Alright, guys. We're gonna go see Smog again. He's live for his subathon. So we'll head over there again. Thank you to everyone who came and hung out at the stream. Thanks for the love and support today. I hope you had fun watching us be miserable and are we there yet? And I'll be live again on Monday. Monday we're doing sponsored stream and I'm playing Arknights for the first time. So that'll be fun. I never played it, so I've been wanting to play it. So check that out. If you're a subbing, use the first raid call. If you're not a subbing, then use the Nemo Pops raid call. And we'll go say hi to Smug. Thanks again for hanging out. Thanks for all the subbies and follows and whatnot. I love you. Now get the fuck out. Goodbye.